Let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. In Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, when Neil and Del get pulled over for speeding, what state is the police officer from? And we will go to Zoe to see if Zoe knows the answer. Good morning, Zoe.
Good morning.
All right, Z, what's the answer? What state are they in?
It's Wisconsin.
You got it. Wisconsin. One moment, Zoe. We will get your info, and we will give you a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco's Nobody Does This tour. It's at the Wells Fargo Center tomorrow night, and tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
It's Michael McKeon who's the state trooper who pulls them over, and it's a great exchange between him and John Caney. He says, do you think this vehicle is road worthy? And oh yeah, it's been burned out. It's just a shell.
Yeah.
And he's trying to make a case for why they should remain on the highway.
The radio still works.
Yeah, oddly enough. All that happened last night, and the radio works.
All right, we're going to start with Kevin Spacey. He will have to pay almost $31 million to the production company that made the series House of Cards, in which he starred until he was fired over allegations of sexual harassment.
He better start checking between the cushions of the sofa, because I don't think he has that.
MRC, the production company that made the popular tale of political intrigue that was broadcast on Netflix, had sought damages for lost revenue attributed to Spacey's abrupt exit after allegations of harassment and sexual abuse emerged. In the document, MRC detailed that after the allegations came to light, it suspended Spacey and launched an investigation, which found that the American Beauty star had breached provisions of both the acting and executive producing agreements that set standards for his workplace conduct, including by breaching MRC's harassment policy.
The one thing I was curious about here, Preston, as you're going through all this, so besides the punitive damage of him being let go and, that ending, did it also specify that he would be responsible for any money lost due to the cessation of the series?
I think that's what this is all about.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah. So the production company said the actor's abrupt exit from the popular series required a reorganization that resulted in substantial losses.
Wow, man, that's pretty wild.
It had to rewrite the script, excluding Underwood, the main character of the series, and redesign the sixth season that went from 13 to 8 episodes. The production company launched its legal battle against Spacey in 2019. So $31 million. But like these things, I'm sure this isn't over.
No.
There's going to be more to this, so we'll see if that ends up being the case or not.
Why didn't they just recast the role with Max Casella?
They could do that. Yeah. Why not?
He's not working.
Probably needs some work. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson will be honored with the People's Champion Award during the 2021 People's Choice Awards on Tuesday, December 7th.
If there's any award that I find easily dismissible, and I find most of them, the People's Choice Award is probably the most, because it's always on at a time.
Did you vote?
I never vote.
Can you vote? It's like, how is it?
You go on people.com, the website or the magazine, or how do you even vote?
I don't even know. But is it truly like
the people vote?
I
Yes.
can just log on there and
that's why you'll
Wait a
get
minute.
these weird winners.
The People's Choice Award is from People Magazine.
People Magazine.
I never even knew
Yeah.
that.
Me neither.
That's
I never
why-
even knew that.
If someone
I just thought it was
check.
the Pipples.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
us,
Yeah.
the Pipples.
Yeah,
the
Peoples is
The
Peoples.
Pipples.
from the people over here to the people over there. The people,
Yeah,
the people,
people's
the
is
people.
people's. Now I could be
Pipples,
wrong,
the
but I
Pipples,
always
the
thought that's where you vote.
It makes sense, but I just I never have put those two together.
Yeah.
If that is indeed the case, E! News announced that the that the actor, philanthropist, and former WWE star will be recognized for his contributions to the entertainment industry and his commitment in supporting families in need. NBC Universal Entertainment Television and Streaming executive Jen Neal said during a period where there has been a lot of uncertainty, Johnson has displayed an uncanny ability to raise spirits and make people smile despite circumstances. In addition to his acting, Johnson serves as a National Celebrity Wish Ambassador for the Make-A-Wish Foundation and has been granting wishes with the organization for over 20 years.
He's also the highest earning actor in Hollywood, is he not? I believe for this year as well.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I would not doubt that at all. Nick, did you find out if the People's Choice Awards are...
I can't find a link.
Okay.
Right.
To the people over here, to the people over there, to the people.
So as I remember, there was a tie-in, and maybe it happened after the fact, that People Magazine had the ability for you to vote. But I always thought that they were sort of the same thing.
Yeah, you could be right, Steve. I can't find anything, but it's at one point it was owned by Procter and Gamble.
What?
That
And
was
now,
in 1982.
yeah, now it's owned by the E Network.
Yeah. Okay. So anyhow, he's getting the People's Champion Award, which is
People's is people.
which is appropriate for him for the people's over there.
peoples.
So let's see. Oh, Dancing with the Stars.
Now, we have an audio clip, just so you know.
Is it the announcement of the
Yeah,
winners?
yes,
All right,
it
then
is.
I'll let that hit,
Yeah.
and that way I don't spoil it. So here we go.
Which of these 4 finalists will take home the Mirrorball Trophy? Let's find out together as we reveal our results. The couple in 4th place is Amanda and Alan. The couple in 3rd place is Cody and Cheryl. The winners and new champions of Dancing with the Stars are, oh my God, Iman and Daniela!
Stop it.
All right.
Why was she so excited?
Because there's no one in the audience, and
Oh my gosh.
he's trying to really sell the sizzle.
Iman
she did a good job.
Schumpert and Daniela Karagach. Is that how you say her name? It's Karagach. I assume it's Karagach. They are officially the winners. Yeah, as you heard, what's her face there saying? Who was that?
Tyra.
Yeah, Tyra. Thank you. The duo were announced as the newest Mirrorball Trophy champions on Monday season 30 finale, besting fellow celebrities JoJo Siwa, Cody Rigsby, and Amanda Klutz.
Yeah.
Shumpert's victory is historical, as he is now the first NBA player to ever compete in Dancing with the Stars finals and ultimately win it all.
Oh, I saw one of his performances.
Was it good?
It was good. He gets really into it.
Okay.
He was really into this. So
How tall is he? Because I think, generally speaking, they're NBA players are a little gangly.
Yeah.
You know, like it
He's
doesn't lend
8'1".
itself to
Right.
good dance skills.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Karagach is also a first-time winner, having joined the series just last season. She praised Shumpert's tremendous improvement over the season, noting that he was one of the few competitors who had never danced a day in his life and worked hard to defy all expectations by making it into the finale.
So that's always been a thing because JoJo Siwa was a dancer, and so this is the kind of thing that this kind of thing that you talk about, where who has the advantage in this. And I like someone who is sort of a neophyte when it comes to dancing, come in and show their wares.
And I also wonder if, dancers are held to a different standard as far as the judges and everybody else.
I don't know.
Right.
Who knows, man?
It was kind of like when I joined intermediate swimming when I was in college, and my professor was also my boss as a lifeguard. He's like, dude, you're not an intermediate swimmer. So he put me in a different lane, and
What are
I was an advanced swimmer. So I essentially took a different class than everybody else.
Damn.
But my daughter came in last night. She's like, Dad, turn on 6 ABC now. And I was like,
was she wanted to see who won?
she went, yeah. I was like, we've never watched an episode of this. I'm watching something else, and we have 1,000 TVs in this house. Go watch somewhere else. She's like, JoJo Siwa. I was like, I don't care about JoJo Siwa. I don't care. Go. There's another TV right over.
Did she want to share it with you?
She did. And that, you know what?
you
Listen,
ruined it.
I hate you. I hate you, Father.
I share a lot of things with her.
You
That
know
was
how much I
something-
love this show?
She never watched that.
I know. I know, but it becomes a thing. That's what they do.
I didn't watch the show at all. I don't know what the other contestants did, but he is really good.
Okay.
All right.
Shumpert. Okay. Said being the season's underdog fueled his desire to come out on top, which saw him perform never-before-seen stunts on a ballroom floor with perfect execution. By the way, aside from a glittering new trophy, Shumpert ended his Dancing with the Stars journey with 2 perfect scores, one for a foxtrot cha-cha-cha infusion, which saw Judge Bruno Tonioli declare him the king of the ballroom.
You are the king of the ballroom. I stand here and look at you all gangly so big, and yet you dance like a swan.
And one for a Chicago-themed freestyle that was deemed one of the best in the show's history.
Annoys the F out of me.
Hey,
You took that silhouette of the pirouette. It's incredible.
I love that.
Sit down.
we were watching footage in here, and yes, he actually
Can dance?
he can dance, and he looks
For
decent.
someone that big, yes,
Yeah,
moving quite adroitly.
So my question for you is this: then So this guy knows that he can dance, right?
He knows.
So he gets into his agent's ear, and his agents call Dancing with the Stars. There's no way Dancing with the Stars goes, and Mom Shumpert. Like, he's not, that guy wasn't.
They probably have a list of potentials that they call from all, from the sports world, from the reality TV. I'm sure there is a lengthy list of contestants that are, backlogged that they're looking to go with. But I
Do you
think
guys know before it got so popular that they called Lauren Harris and she turned it down?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Wow.
God.
She didn't know what it was. It was
Yeah.
in the very beginning, and she was kind of like, I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't want to do it.
that
Yeah.
would have been kind of wild.
A lot, and shows like this have come and gone. Not necessarily dancing, but they try these things out, and sometimes they hit or they miss. You remember they did try to do an offshoot of this of ice skating.
Yes.
It's horrible.
And I want to say at the time it was Caitlyn Jenner, who was
Right.
Bruce at the time,
That's right.
was on that, and it
Debbie
was
Gibson was on it too.
Yeah, it was. You couldn't watch it because, like, you can kind of fake dancing a little bit.
Yeah, but you can't
can't
on
fake
ice
ice skating.
Didn't someone get injured? Like got their head
Maybe.
clipped the ice or something like that?
I think so.
Yeah.
They did a diving one, too. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it was like
Yes.
Kim-
Diving with the Stars.
It was Kim Richards because her big dive, Kathy,
this?
it was like she jumped off the diving board.
Yeah.
She
might
jumped
have-
the wrong way, Kate.
Yeah.
She jumped away from the water.
She might have actually done. She had done a front dive, but either way, it was nothing. It was like
Wow.
that was the thing. She's afraid of water.
Yeah, you just jump onto the concrete.
Well, anyhow, we have a new champion in Dancing with
So
the Stars.
exciting.
Isn't it
Yeah.
exciting? Yes. All right, I have some other stories. We'll go with this. Will Smith has revealed that he once borrowed $10,000 from a drug dealer friend to pay his tax bill. According to people in a conversation with Idris Elba, Smith revealed that he lost everything before getting the lead part in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
So it really was his story.
Yeah, he said, I'm not sure what the government is like in the UK with taxes, because he was talking to Idris Elba. But in the U.S., they take it seriously. So Uncle Sam wanted his money. I didn't forget. I just didn't pay. And he said, so I borrowed $10,000 from a friend of mine who was a purveyor of neighborhood pharmaceuticals. I borrowed $10,000 and I moved to Los Angeles. And one time we were doing shows and I was trying to drum up some cash. So we were in Detroit and we were doing a show and I met a guy named Benny Medina. He said, you remember Arsenio Hall? I started to go there because everybody was on Arsenio Hall. I don't know what all this means. That's all that I have in the quote here.
The name Benny Medina sounds familiar.
Yeah, he lost me on that. So nonetheless,
But everyone goes on Arsenio Hall.
I don't know if he ever had a chance to pay his drug dealer friend back the $10,000 or not.
Or is he
You would
still
think
waiting?
So. Maybe
Yeah.
with some interest. Who knows?
I'm sure he's got the money now.
All right. Let's see. Tayshia Adams.
Yes.
And Zach Clark have called it quits.
This just rocked my world yesterday. After the absolute high of Dancing with the Stars,
Not
I
only
came
that.
crashing down.
Steve, they called it quits 2 weeks after running a New York City marathon as a couple.
You've been
together.
through all that. You've both run and crapped in your pants at the same time.
So The Bachelorette called it quits. According to E! Online, The Bachelorette co-host and her fiance are no longer together.
Well, they were together for a year, right? And isn't that what they were supposed to do? They're supposed to give the illusion that they promise ABC they'll give them a year pretending they're in love.
I think so.
And then they go their separate ways.
Clark had popped the question to Adams during the show's finale in December of 2020. And he had said, I guess, this was his proposal.
What did I say?
I'm going to choose you next week and next year. I'm going to choose you forever because
I love you.
thank you.
Oh, my God.
And then he said, marry me.
How stupid do you look when you I love for now and forever until the stars come crashing down. I love you.
There were hints of Trouble in Paradise in September
I'm not sure I love you.
of this year. Michelle
I
Young's
may even not like you.
new season of The Bachelorette will air Tuesdays on ABC.
There is such a glut of these shows that these names just become meaningless, like
Totally.
Idol winners or Voice winners or the reality show stars. It just becomes like a hum that
Yeah.
means nothing.
No, you're right. You're correct about that. Jodie Sweetin. You guys know
Yes,
her.
from Full House and Fuller House.
She opened up in a candid interview to discuss her mental health issues during the pandemic. And according to E! News, she discussed her weight loss and mental health issue on an episode of the Allison Interviews podcast. She She said, I stopped eating. I just stopped eating, and I couldn't keep food down. And apparently she lost a lot of weight because of that. And I haven't seen her since her dramatic weight loss, but she was never overweight by any sense. So maybe she got down to kind of a gaunt look. But she's been open about her mental health struggles with anxiety and depression in the past.
You got it, dude.
But unfortunately, I don't have anything more about this info or about this particular story.
She was having a rocky go of it, not as the boxer, but she was having issues with I guess maybe substances or booze or whatever, and got clean, and then was on Fuller House and doing quite well.
Yeah.
So she said anxiety and depression were some issues in the past. So, all right. So I don't know this guy, Jeff Johnson. He appeared, I think, on one episode of Tiger King.
Yeah.
And he was he died by suicide apparently.
Was he the reptile guy or something?
Yeah, reptile dealer. I don't remember him at all.
To be honest, I had to go back and look.
I saw pictures and I'm like, so I don't know. But anyhow, yeah, terrible story. There were specific details in a report. His wife was allegedly present when he did it.
Oh, jeez.
Jeff briefly discussed on the show the feud between Joe Exotic and Carol Baskin before saying he lost contact with Joe in 2016 when Jeff Lowe took over a zoo. Now reports have revealed that Jeff Johnson died by alleged suicide during an argument with his wife. And they had 2 kids who were in the house, too.
So there have been a couple of suicides associated with this show, right? There was the, Did he drink himself to death?
Yeah, the guy drank himself to death. That was Eric Cowie.
Right.
And he died of acute and chronic alcohol abuse. So, that was bad stuff.
Yeah, as you watch the second seasons, I watch a little bit more. It actually, there are 2 feelings that I was getting. Been there, done that. And B, now it's just depressing. Yeah. Not even,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, at first it was, what is this world? You know? And so now it's kind of, I guess, a little bit sad. To
Right.
go back
Yeah,
and
they're
look at.
delving into Joe Exotic's life before all this, which you didn't. He was a cop. He was a police officer.
Oh, Jesus.
Dude, he turned his own Trans Am into a police car.
So are you guys...
Dude, I'm sorry to interrupt, but on being a cop, do you remember the medical leather jacket he had?
Oh, that's right. And people thought he was a trained, yes.
In EMT, it was a full leather logoed motorcycle jacket.
And when the worker had the arm ripped off, didn't he put that on and go out?
Yeah. Got to
As
put
if he's
my
Yeah.
superhero EMT jacket on.
because he was trained.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to stick with it? Are you going to, finish
I'm not
this?
sure.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure.
I haven't watched
There's a lot
any
of
of
other
it.
things out there to watch right
Right.
now. So
The show I'm recommending now on Netflix is Hellbound.
yeah,
Yeah, which is really good.
Weeks after it appeared that he would be leaving the Food Network after 27 years, Bobby Flay has reached a 3-year exclusive deal with the Discovery outlet.
You knew that was going to happen.
The new agreement includes development of new content for Food Network as well as for elsewhere within the Discovery portfolio. Like its media peers, Discovery is pushing into streaming with food programming aimed at niche service Food Network Kitchen as well as the broad audience of Discovery Plus. New episodes of primetime competition series Beat Bobby Flay are in the offering, as well as a new project to debut in 2022 with the working title Bobby and Sophie on the Coast, which would feature his daughter.
I like Bobby Flay. As he gets older, though, I think he's looking more and more like Billy Crystal's character in Princess Bride.
Oh, really? Yeah. I have not taken a look at him in a while.
storming the castle.
He first appeared on the network in 1994. By 96, he was co-hosting his own series, Grillin' and Chillin'. Additional series have included Barbecue Brawl, Bobby Flay's Barbecue Addiction, Boy Meets Grill, Brunch at Bobby Flay's, Food Network Star, Food Nation with Bobby Flay, Grill It with Bobby Flay,
Wow.
Hot Off the Grill, Iron
Holy
Chef
hell.
America, Throwdown with Bobby Flay, digital series Bobby Flay Fit, plus many other holiday specials and guest appearances. So he's their dude.
He also caused one of the most jarring episodes in Casey's life, which is the Bobby Flay burger place going away, Case.
I know. Bobby's Burger Palace.
Yeah.
And
It decimated you.
apparently there are other ones, just not in our area. But that burger, I think about from time to time. It was so good.
Are you walking into a bedroom and is the burger in the bed with rose petals around it?
We want you back here in Philly.
I want you back here in
I can't
Philly.
believe a Bobby Flay burger is calling my phone.
Phone. I wonder if I could at least get the recipe for it.
Well,
or something?
his
I know what
his
you're
barbecue
talking
book
about.
was is a great book.
Yeah.
And so the recipes in that barbecue book, and for just the simple way the burgers are prepared.
Yeah, you know, he does something very, very simple. After the burger's all done, throws potato chips on top.
And also he uses the divot method, which is to create that divot at the top of the burger where the juices will flow into and keep the flavor. And then I think he uses sea salt or some other.
He might use sea salt or kosher salt.
Kosher salt.
Sometimes I think about one of the best burgers I've ever had. Too,
Really?
Casey. Yeah.
Where?
Harry's Savoy Grill in Delaware.
Oh.
And it was so juicy and perfect that I sometimes will think about that burger. And I'd gotten it to go too. Like it made it to the trip home.
No.
And it was still fantastic.
Was this when you were in Upper Chai? Or?
What's your name?
It's when I was in Upper Chai.
Preston?
Yeah.
You want to bite me?
I probably swung by the Blockbusters down there and picked up a movie, and then went and got in the burger and went home.
Did it have any condiments?
No,
it got that far.
Didn't need it.
That's
did
what I'm-
not
Yeah.
need it.
That's the perfect burger.
Sign of a great burger.
I'll tell you this. Burger Buff, we had them in here.
It's a
It's
damn
a
good
different
burger.
kind of burger.
That's a
Different kind of
smash
burger.
burger.
It's a smash burger.
Yeah.
This one was thick.
Yeah.
Right.
And like medium rare and juicy.
Yeah.
But the smash burger is fantastic.
Okay.
The Burger Buff, yes.
After I left you in Chicago, Preston, and you went with your wife and your friends, and you abandoned me and went on that river tour. I sat down at Harry Carey's.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
couldn't believe how damn good that burger was. And
It's great, isn't it? It's great. Start talking like Harry right after you eat it.
But-
hi, this burger's great.
I'd eat it. I would.
I'm not even going to try and do a Harry Carey impression. But the server, because I ate it at
Do
the
Mariah
bar,
Carey.
the guy who served it to me, the bartender, was from Delaware County.
Oh my
He
God!
went to Sun Valley High School, and the guy sat next to me. He was from the area as well. Grew up in New Jersey. I was like, I felt like at home.
Your Delco sense must have gone off outside of the
I was
building.
like, I was like, what is that? What is that?
He was actually spraying pheromones around the city, attracting other Delco residents.
Everybody listening, just think about your favorite burger for a little while. All right, one more story, and then we got to get to the clips. Sarah Silverman is taking down the North Pole's patriarchy in Santa's Inc., a new adult animated series by HBO Max. TV Line reported that all 8 episodes will premiere on Thursday, December 2nd, just in time for the holidays. And the story follows Candy, voiced by Silverman, as she attempts to be the first female Santa, by the way. So that'll be coming up on December 2nd.
She's also in the new Jennifer Lopez rom-com. She's one of the characters.
Okay.
So she's doing a lot of stuff these days.
Yep. And by the way, 2 more days till the Beatles get back.
So excited about that. And Hawkeye.
And Hawkeye.
Hawkeye.
Yeah. All right, we're ready for clips. Here we go. Woo! In the new Netflix holiday movie, A Boy Called Christmas, young Nicholas journeys out with his father to find the famous elf village, Elfhelm. And in this particular clip, it stars Henry Lawful, and he shares how he landed the role in the film. Here we go.
I think my sister had the book by Matt Haig, so I read that to give myself an idea of the story, and really thought it was a great idea. And did that audition, and then I went back once to meet Gil, the director, and then once again to meet Graham, producer. Maybe even one more time than that. It was a long process.
Shut the up, huh?
A boy named Christmas. Wait, it says a boy called Christmas in this line.
But
It
what
says
is
a boy
he?
named Christmas.
What
in this
is it?
line. I don't know.
What the hell is it?
It's going to be streaming on Netflix on Friday. It is called A Boy Called Christmas.
Is this based on a magical book that have delighted children for generations?
Yes.
Well, let me see here. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go with yes.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Next clip. In true story, a well-known comic falls into trouble after a fallout with his brother threatens to destroy his livelihood. Here, Kevin Hart speaks about recruiting Wesley Snipes to co-star in the film.
I want it to be dark. I want to match that energy because it's a different thing for me. And as we developed the brother character, we needed somebody that could help bring this home. This was an important piece to the puzzle. Wesley Snipes, when the name came up, we were like, do you think he'll do it? And I said, I'm going to make the call. And I made the call, and Wesley was like, the only way I'm going to do it is if you're really taking this serious because I don't want you wasting my time.
Yeah!
True story will begin streaming on Netflix tomorrow, by the way.
You know, Wesley Snipes is very funny in the second Coming to America movie.
I know. I need to see it. I heard you guys told me he's great in that. All right, there you go. Entertainment report. Done. Finished. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a little while. Big Jay Oakerson will be joining us this morning because he's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, by the way. So we'll be back in a sec. Stay with us. Noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet. Yeah. And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small-town preacher living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a $54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxson Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you.
Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion, sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one. Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
but Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far, so I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what Giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just answer.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
We're eating chili.
Yeah.
Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat backwards.
Man, it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been there?
Yeah,
We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish
card?
my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I have closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza
Oh, my God. Costs how much?
is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza
Okay.
is cut into
You can
how
do
many
a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you
Drawing
want to
the
do.
pizza. There's the box.
Round, and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put
All
the
right.
sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history
Okay? Of course.
for 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamini's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer?
To our
or
true
say
crime
a name.
segment
Name
of
out
the
there.
Preston
Say your
and
Steve show.
I have the music if you want.
Wow, yes, we're going to need some music for this. Yes. So yesterday, we're on the air, and we get done with the segment, and we're in commercial break, and Steve gets a phone call. He answers a phone call, and I just hear him go, "No S?"
Yeah,
And
are
he
you
says
S-ing
that,
me?
and are you S-ing me? And then he walks out of the studio. I'm like, I wonder what that was all about. And then he came back in and broke the news to us.
Right. My wife's car was stolen.
Her car was stolen.
Yeah.
So
Right off the street.
Right off the street. And we, as I said, we actually do live in a good area where it's fairly, crime free. But the truth of the matter is that like a year ago, apparently, from what we understand, these crews come through the area, and I'm talking about auto theft crews who are really like on their game. So It turns out we have street parking. We have loads of cameras all over the place, and I did get video of the theft on 2 cameras. So it happened around 1:13 in the morning. I reviewed all the stuff. Xfinity. I have the Xfinity security, and we're wired to the hilt. And the guys came in at about, like they were in a white crossover vehicle, and they're slowly coming down the street. You can see in the video. It's about 1:13 in the morning, if I didn't mention that before. Exactly at 1:13 in the morning. And they have their blinkers on as if they're looking for a place to park. And so they're moving along with the high beams on. And what I realize is what the deal is that they're moving along, and then a guy gets out of the car, out of that vehicle. Yeah. There's a driver, and there appears to be at least 1 or 2 other guys in the car. So it's a team of people. They're doing this. Mm-hmm. And the door opens up in the back. The guy gets out, starts perusing, goes by my car, sees Claire's car, and beelines for it.
So he starts trying handles on doors.
He's tried some handles.
Yeah.
And she was wondering, and she said, so she's pretty certain she locked hers because she's been aware of this ever since we saw this video, a year ago of this crew coming through that were trying, and apparently they did steal a car a couple blocks down. And we had, given the video out just to alert people that this was happening. So you see the guy at the side of her car for a little bit and gets it open. And then and you saw the video, it seemed like a minute.
Not even.
It seemed like 15 seconds.
Cars on and running.
Yeah.
And now, so, I don't know what they had or what sort of, because it's a fob car. It's a fob entry and the whole process, and I'm figuring, okay, well, was it that we had heard the stories of your fob is too close to the car in the house and blah blah blah. No, there's no way that could have happened. I don't see that happening because that would be such a breach of security if you could be 40 yards away from the car and have it turn on. Happening. So they got it running and they took off. But these guys they knew what they were doing. Yeah. And to watch in the video, I realized they had 2 angles on it. Couldn't quite see the license plate. From what I understand, that is actually kind of hard unless you have really hardcore cameras, A, and if you have it illuminated, B. So you need the extra light. When you go to the night vision mode, it tends to muddy up the video a little bit.
I would think that angle-wise anyway, unless you've got something like mounted on your mailbox.
You're exactly right.
But you're not going to be able to see license plates.
You come in from the side, and exactly. And
there's a lot of times, like even security footage, where you can clearly see who the person is.
Yep.
They still can't figure out who it is.
They still can't figure out who it is.
You know what I mean?
So, and that's what these guys rely on. And then what they do is, obviously, the police responded quickly. And at the time, it was hours after the fact. She found out around 9 o'clock yesterday morning, and they'd stolen it at 1.
Yeah, it was long gone.
Yeah, it was long gone. And what these guys do, people say about what about tracking systems and so on and so forth. So we learned that they're good at disabling those. They're good at getting into a place where it's either shielded or cuts the signal, or I don't know what's right or what's wrong.
Put it in a Faraday cage.
Right? Yeah, something. But and she's like, and I said to her from the get-go, I said this: you were not in the car and a gun came through the window into your face.
Right.
You were not pulled out. You were not, worse, told to get out, get into the passenger seat at gunpoint and driven someplace. Again, that all of those things you say could have happened did not happen. And so she was asleep when it happened. I mean, we are securityed out the yin-yang. That's for sure. So that's good. But this little thing is still, it's a violation.
Totally. You feel victimized.
You feel victimized.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've never had a car stolen or anything like that, but I've had like my window broken.
Yeah.
And just that little thing, maybe something stolen out of the
like
vehicle.
You mother
that
effers.
Feels like a victimization. But this happened right in front of your house. That's even more like, man, come on.
But again, they pick a sweet spot time because the last time when I saw these guys on the video, security video, I was just happened to be looking and I saw them doing the deal, and I caught the video and I said, "Look at the hubris of these bastards!" But that's what they do.
It's a total. You feel violated. It's an awful feeling. I feel bad for you and for your wife. I know, like many things in life, it could have been a million times worse.
Yes,
for sure. And I'm thankful everybody's okay, but it still sucks. Let me ask you this, Steve, because I was with a friend one time and he had his car stolen. We were at a bar in Philly and we came out and the car was gone. And our initial reaction for the first 3 or 4 minutes was utter confusion.
Yes, well, that's what she had because she was on her
we
way.
had no idea.
Yeah.
Where is it?
You can quickly eliminate the places you're going to park. It is a fairly well illuminated. The side streets lit up, have a very bright street light. But again, at that time, they're playing the odds that not a lot of people are going to see them. And they did all the things outwardly to project that they were simply looking for a parking spot.
I'm sure Claire, for like a split second, came out and went, "Wait, where did I park last night?"
Exactly.
Was I towed?
Was I drunk?
Did I get towed last night?
Yeah. Did I? Yeah. But did I go do something I don't remember?
Yeah. Right. Do you completely forget? Yeah. She had come back from her sister's house, and she remembers because there were things that she had picked up, packages, Christmas gifts that she'd all taken out of the car. That's why she remembers locking it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve, but you mentioned, we live in a nice neighborhood. There's not really my brother lives in a very nice neighborhood.
Right.
They have large homes and very nice cars through the entire neighborhood, and for that reason, it's targeted. And so they had people going through their neighborhood. They had to do like a town watch because every night these guys were coming in and a different house was getting hit, and they were hitting the cars specifically.
Yeah. So that's why, honestly, Preston, that's why having the cameras, peripheral cameras, if you can do it. We've provided video to our neighbors when they've had side view mirrors swiped off by vehicles. We've done a couple of times given people the footage that we had to help them ascertain or find people who might have committed crimes against them.
Yep. Let me go to Joe, who owns a garage, works on cars, and can explain how they stole it. Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, get away from me.
Get away from me.
Get away from me, you crumb bum.
Right?
Hang on a second here. Where is
Get
it?
away from me.
Thank you. All right, Joe, what's the story, man?
Well, when Steve was saying how they get close to the house and, I guess, amplify the radio frequency of the key, what they're doing is they have a machine that can read your key, so it can get the radio frequency from the key. Then they can duplicate that, walk right up to your car, keyless entry.
Really?
Or remote start. Boom.
So, Joe, we have heard support of this methodology and people who say, no, they can't do that. You're here to say, yes, they can.
Right. They're not like amplifying your key, but if you get close, because if you walk up close to your car, the car knows you're close. You don't have to touch the handle.
Right.
Once you get close, it wakes up. So once they use this machine and get close to where your key is inside the house, they can actually read the RF code.
How close to your house would they? How close would they have to get to pick up something from your keys?
Same distance as you would get close to your car. If you
See, in this video, they don't show. They don't walk up close to Steve's house.
They don't, and the car. We're talking a good distance. Those keys were not. I would think if those keys were readable from where they were in the house, that would be an outlandish, I think, breach of security. You know.
Yeah, and I think it depends on the machine that they're using to try to pick up that signal.
Yeah, we've heard things like this, and I wonder to what level they can do this, if they can do this, because. Yeah, if the car is, as you say, wakes up when you're right alongside, there's no way. I mean, it'd have to be right adjacent to the house, and it wasn't.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
Get away from me.
See, even he's upset.
Wow. So, all right. So you call the cops?
Yes, insurance, everything, and the cops could not have been, better. They were just
What they say about it, though?
So they say, believe it or not, there's a shot, but to anticipate that it's gone.
I would immediately after that happens it's gone.
It's gone.
There you go.
From what you see, and these
you
guys
call the police and you go through the process, but I wouldn't expect much from them to be able to track it down and find it. That's just personally what I would think because
that's how we're proceeding.
They're just it's gone.
Yeah. But
They
they're
took off
saying
with it.
it's not out of the realm of believability. Apparently, so this type of car is not like one that they will cut for parts or whatever. But who knows? I don't get my usual my monthly email from the car thieves on what's up, fun facts, so this is how they proceeded, and we're proceeding under that premise as well, Preston, that we're not going to get the car. But everything was called, all the stuff was called. She had an automatic garage door opener in the car, which I terminated the connector on that, reset the system. I did everything that you're supposed to do.
Anything in there that she's realized she was like, oh man,
just her
I had that
Fabergé
in
collection.
there. No, nothing necessarily valuable, but something you're like, oh man.
She was actually real. really nothing.
Okay.
Her Easy Pass.
Because I have like golf clubs and things like that I'd be like, son of a bitch.
She had on the in the plus column, she had just cleared out all that stuff because we were taking stuff out, and she figured, okay, let me grab this because she had picked up some Christmas gifts when she was down with her sister. So that's what led to everything. Maybe a scarf or something.
Yeah.
But nothing, prized.
I got a car stolen one time, and not only did I lose the car, but I lost 10 bowling balls and a dozen dildos that were in my glove box. No, I at one point I did have like 6 bowling balls in the back of my car and a glove box full of dildos.
Yeah, I wonder what those thieves would have thought.
My brother-in-law
That's
had
the name of your album, A Glove Box Full of Dildos. I'm writing that down.
It's like a pocket full of kryptonite.
Yep.
My brother-in-law had his car stolen from his driveway, and then like a day or two later was involved in a high-speed chase in Delaware.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So what they can do, though, listen, we've all seen the movies and the shows and about what they can do and the warehouses. Hell, at the beginning of John Wick, the Leguizamo runs a chop shop, and you see what they're doing. I don't know how accurate that is, but it looks like they have this down to a science.
All right, let me go to. I'm going to go to Andy here. Andy's got a story. Good morning, Andy.
Hey, good morning. It's Andy from Germantown.
Hey! Andy's from Germantown. Everybody.
AOG.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, when my dad was dating my mom way back when, he went to a Sixers game. My dad had this Chevelle Super Sport. It was gorgeous. They came out of the game, couldn't find the car. They walk around for an hour till everybody leaves, thinking that, maybe I just parked in a different section. Nope, gone. So, cops did what they did. About a week later, my dad got a call, and they said, hey, we found some of the parts from your car. We got it rated at Chop Shop. You want to come down and get them? There's like 5 parts left. Said,
oh, my God.
That's it. So, out of the car, parts left. I mean, it's a regular organization.
It's what they do. Yeah. And so I'm just curious, like, I can see like a car like that, but Claire's was it was an Audi, like a I mean, it wasn't really like a really. I think perhaps when they saw it, they might have had something that they said, "Oh, we can hit this, or we can get into this, or this is," because the guy clearly like beelines when he sees the car.
Here's a text. Somebody says they found my stolen van 18 months later. Well, he goes on to say that he had a work van stolen. Every tool I had gone. Not good for a self-employed carpenter.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And then he goes on to say they found my stolen van 18 months later, totally empty, and of all places, French Creek State Park.
Wow.
That's a good ways away.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so, that's what I think they do. They go into an area and then get it way out of there.
Sure.
That's
that to me, because there areas apparently, Kathy, like you were saying, where the neighborhood, that they were going through and kept hitting. What happens also is it tends to be in areas where they can get out of there quickly to a main thoroughfare, a main road.
Yep, that's what happened in our neighborhood because we had one car stolen and Steve had to live not far from the Blue Route and the cops said the exact same thing.
Right.
Access to the Blue Route and Route 30 and it's just a way for them to get away quickly.
Get away.
I will say, I made a joke last night and I said, well, at least she can get a new car now. But because my car didn't got stolen, but it got broken into. This was years ago. And I remember 2 things, feeling so violated, like, you mother, you took all of my stuff. And yes, you get new stuff, your insurance covers it, but what a pain in the butt,
Sure.
at least for me, because you had to replace the things on the inside. And the way, at least at the time, the way my insurance worked was I got a percentage of what was inside of the car unless I purchased that exact item, and then they matched it and they paid for that item. So I had to show receipts that I actually purchased what was in the car.
It's going to be easier for Claire because there's really nothing. There was, it's the car, and I assume, and we, our insurance guys are very good. That it'll be like a blue book situation assessment of the value of the car.
Yeah. Well, it's probably easier because the whole car is gone.
Right,
so
right,
hopefully, they'll just cover that, and then she can go get something else.
You wait a certain while because obviously they do their protocol to make sure you're not, pulling an Animal House.
Right.
I'll swear you're doing a great job watching the car.
Never had a car stolen, but I had several bikes stolen off of my property as a kid. That sucks because you don't have insurance. And when your bike gets stolen, you don't have a bike.
And before you know it, it's at a bike chop shop.
Yeah. Well, you don't know. Yeah. I mean, you have no idea what happens to those bikes. But,
Bike thefts are common down the shore, too.
Are they?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, very much so, because a lot of people ride bikes.
Even the
all over
tricycles
place.
that you guys have? Or
That I don't know. That's probably harder to get away on.
Right, yeah,
But yeah, bikes are a pretty common thing.
Bastards.
Here's a text that says, I was moving from college after graduation and stopped overnight at my boyfriend's in Allentown. My car was stolen with everything that I was moving home with, including my diploma.
Man.
See?
That sucks.
So again, when you contextualize, and this poor person had that clipped, she didn't have that. And again, there was just that story out of New York about the woman who was sitting in the car on the passenger side.
Yeah.
Guy got in, and took her away, and
All right.
it did not end well.
All right. So statistically speaking,
Yeah.
there's probably a car thief listening right now. Do
Sure.
you know?
Yeah.
Call us and tell us.
Please.
Yeah.
Tell us your mindset.
What's your deal?
Yeah.
What's your
Why-
deal?
and how do you
The love you help you line.
right?
Yeah.
But how do you reconcile this in your mind?
Right.
When
Don't
you're
deter them from calling. We want to talk to them.
no, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I would love to plead your case. Please tell me.
Somebody's texting in saying, Steve, check your wife's Easy Pass history to see if it was run on any tolls or after they stole
That's
it.
actually a good point.
I'm sure
Yeah.
the police will probably look into that.
Right.
But definitely you can kind of track their whereabouts
Right.
with that. Let me go to, we'll go to Sandy on this particular call. Hi, Sandy. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Sandy. What's up?
So we live on a dead-end street, and people will come through to take change and stuff out of our cars.
Yeah.
And we accidentally left our keys in on a Sunday, and on Monday morning when we got up to go to work, both our cars were gone from our driveway.
Both of your cars were clipped.
You left keys in both your cars, Sandy?
Well, my husband was carrying both of our, car keys on one set and thought he was going to be in and out, and, he wasn't. And
You know what
they had
amazes
the
me?
keys.
So Sandy, obviously, and then you think back, okay, what could I have done? Perhaps bring my keys inside. But there, you'll see people. We were running commercials for a while where people would be, running into a store with the car running, and it gets clipped.
By the way, if you left your keys in your car and your car is stolen, does that affect
Are you at fault?
insurance? Yeah, are you at fault? Because someone still stole your car. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, no,
Sandy,
we were not at fault. I mean, they
Okay.
still have no right to go in our car and
Yeah.
take anything.
Yeah,
So.
okay. That's
Yeah.
what I thought. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate it. And by the way,
Yep.
whatever happened, you guys ever get your cars back? Did you ever see him again?
Oh, yeah. Well, one was set on fire after it ran out of gas, and we did get the other one back, but it was completely trashed. It was horrible. It cost us like $700 to get it back into running condition.
So these
I'm gonna
people
go
were
with the
just taking him out,
$700.
maybe joyriding and,
Yeah.
and just beating him up.
Yeah, and once they ran out of gas, they would set them on fire, but the other one, they hadn't run out yet. So, one was on fire and one wasn't.
Better
What
hope
a
they
freaking nightmare.
Run out of gas in a place that's convenient to set the vehicle on fire. You know what I mean?
Hey, we'll set it on fire now.
Yeah, we're done. All right, it can't go anymore. Fire it up.
Somebody outside of the Walmart. Is that car on fire?
Wow.
Yeah. Well, we ran out of gas.
Let me go to Michael. Hey, Michael, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, buddy?
You guys rock.
Oh!
Appreciate it, man.
When my wife was in grad school, she had a POS four-door
Chevelle? Or Chevette?
It's a Chevette.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can understand stealing a Chevelle SS.
Sure.
But they stole it from him at 6th and Spruce, and 3 days later, they called us. They found it in North Philadelphia at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they wanted us to come pick it up.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, it was
I'll be right there.
a Chevette.
A Chevette. I have one that's worse. A friend of mine had a massive cassette collection of Grateful Dead tapes, and somebody stole them out of his car.
Something personal like that.
Yeah, but you listen, the truth of the matter is, do not, again, as much as you think, this is okay, we're cool here, take it out of your car. Just, Nick, you had the laptop stolen that time.
Oh, my
I'm sure
God.
you figured, okay, this is an obvious area, well-trafficked, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And then it does, and then you have hindsight's, 2020.
Right, exactly.
I'll have papers. Like if I leave here, I have wrote something on a
Yeah.
piece of paper. I throw it on my front seat. like I went into the city yesterday. I took things like that out of my front seat and put them in the trunk, like as if somebody was going to break in and steal the paper that I have notes written on. But I will. After that happened to me, my car got broken into, and I didn't even have things that were like laying out at the time. I had an external GPS, one that wasn't built into the car, and I used to put it in the center console. And I was at the King of Prussia Mall, and I didn't. I left it suction cup. Remember, you used to suction cup it to your windshield, and that's where I left it. And ever since then, I mean, everything. Like I said, little pieces of paper go in the trunk.
They look for in the center console if there's a wire sticking out or USB connector or any of those things. There's nothing in my car, I don't do it. And if you do, take that extra couple of seconds and throw it in the trunk as you're doing. Yeah, why give them an entree?
I'm going to go to Vinny. Hi, Vinny. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Nate. You guys work?
Morning.
Yeah, you work, buddy. What's up?
So I got a funny story about the worst car thieves you could ever think of. About 15 years ago, my mother had a 95 Dodge Caravan stolen. You know, sweet sports car.
Yeah.
Come to find out, we lived in Quakertown at the time, not too far from you, Preston.
Yeah.
And we found out there was 4 or 5 other minivans stolen the same night, a couple blocks apart from each other.
Huh.
The way it was found was these idiots abandoned all the minivans in Allentown. I don't know if they went up there to try to get drugs or buy drugs or sell it for whatever. That's what the one cop was telling my mom and dad. But they abandoned it in front of one of the police precincts. Then the dude went to a convenience store across the street from where he abandoned it and used his own freaking debit card. And they got the cameras, and once they found the one guy, he started singing the Songbird.
There you go.
Oh, wow, man. Yeah.
What was the fate of the van?
The steering column, what they did was, apparently they said minivans are easy to hotwire. They busted the steering column out with a screwdriver, jammed it in there, and once it gets past a certain point, they were able to just jimmy it, I guess, more or less.
It's weird though, Vinny, because again, this was a fob car, and they did not have the fob. And yet they got the car running in, as Preston was saying, like basically seconds.
Yeah.
Well, like the other gentleman had said, I got a lot of friends who are in the cars and dealerships and whatnot.
Right.
They have these machines that are out there that you don't even have to be that close to your actual house. The signal can pick it up. They can be driving past your house in your car, and boom, they have somebody jump out half a block up the way. I've heard it numerous times. It's a shame, though.
I'd like to see. So again, we've heard this. I'd like to see it demonstrated. Yeah. I'd like to see a video of this because I've heard it. A lot of people swear that this is the case, that they have these amplifiers, and yet it seems to me like, wow, that seems kind of hard to believe.
Right, if it exists, but it's got to be on YouTube, I would imagine.
Right,
Somebody's done some kind of demo for that. Wow. Let me see here. We'll go next to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Potato
Yep.
and Steve?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so it was over 15 years ago. We had our car parked literally like 20 yards from the Phoenixville police station, and we come outside in the morning and the car's gone.
They stole a car 20 yards from a police station.
Yeah, there's like a little street, and right in the parking lot, right across the street, it was in view.
Wow.
So, it took some time to realize what had happened. And then we go over, knock on the police door. Police comes out, point over. That's our car was stolen from right there. So, like 2-3 days later, it shows up 1 block away from the Norristown police station.
Oh.
And the worst part was the police did the inventory and everything. They're like, oh, did you have some CD books in the car? It was like several $100s in CDs. And we go to the impound lot to get our CDs and stuff, and then they were missing from there.
They got stolen from the impound lot. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, there you go. You live and you learn. I mean, honestly,
Thanks, Ryan.
Throw it in the trunk. If you have anything in the car and wherever you're going, throw it in the trunk when you get out.
All right, one more quick call. Dan is a police dispatcher, and he is on the line. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Morning, sir. How you doing?
Good, buddy. All right, so you got a little intel on stolen vehicles?
So we start to see an uptick in stolen vehicles in the winter months because people are warming up their cars and they don't lock their cars or they're just leaving the keys in the car so they're getting their windows smashed out.
Right.
And Wawas are big time for stolen vehicles because people are leaving their cars running and then they're just running to the store to get their food.
So, Dan, you're saying that this is that would you say that that's 85, 90% of the stolen car cases around this time are because people are warming up their cars or darting into a store and leaving the car running in the parking lot?
That's correct. So do not leave your keys in the car. Do not leave your vehicle running at any point, because they just literally, they come down the street, they're just checking door handles,
Yeah.
and as soon as they find an easy car, they're taking it.
All right, so if you have a car that runs with a fob and you leave your car running and you go into Wawa, they can't drive away if they don't have a...
No, they can.
Yeah.
No, they can.
They can drive away, but
they
what they can't do is stop, turn it off, and then start it back up again.
That's correct. As long as you leave your car running and you take the key fob with you, they can hop back in it and they can take your car. If you stop your car...
So remember that.
I've on a couple of occasions, I've had the keys in my pocket. Rochelle is driving. I'm going to run into the store real quick and go get some. She'll pull up, drop me off. I go in, and I'll hear beep, 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 as the car's pulling off. And I'm like, oh, I got my keys. But you can still drive it. Now, if she were to turn it off, you can't restart it at that point. But you can drive it without the fob.
So Dan, as far as are they? I assume that they've gotten pretty adroit at going around a fob ignition system. It appears that way, correct?
Yes.
All right. It's comfort to me.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it, man. All right. Well, yeah, we'll have to look that up and see if there's a video of them doing that fob routine, because that's just wild, man. That's, that's a little freaky.
But my wife is she's awesome, because you put it in context and all of the really horrible things going on with people and theft and carjacking and all of that. It could have been far worse, and we'll be fine. You know, and once you contextualize it that way, you just move on.
Yep. All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing.
Oh,
good luck with everything.
Thank you.
We'll
I'm
see
sure
how this plays out, and thank you for the calls, gang. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and the Bizarre File stories are lined up and ready to be brought down to you. We'll be right back. No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
Up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey, so no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go. This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Yeah! Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. Right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80
It's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Yeah. Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh
No, I'm
wow.
just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Ken.
I know.
You want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow. Okay. See, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey?
Yeah.
What's the Delco Dance Club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man.
You
play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but...
You even know how to wager.
History. What Bucksco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why
After
it's
we
not
get
over?
the answer.
Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then
right, and then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go, and then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first. I believe is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, and that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy
wait for it.
wins!
Kathy
wins!
My God! Oh, my freaking God!
A Bucksco versus Delco. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did, and you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to. They weren't going to be able to be
Let's focus
discerned.
on what's important. I won! Yes! Where do you want to go to dinner, Casey?
Well, whenever you want, girlfriend. Whenever you want.
Nick, do me a favor. Remove that screen
so
between
he
those
can
two
punch
people.
her.
So Casey can punch her in the face. Oh, my God.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. During this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were two people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets. I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. I'm the champion. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is, because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out and we had to do it again. Now, I'm clearly
now there's no
the
grudge
winner.
match. There's no grudge match.
2-0.
No rematch. Ain't gonna be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. And I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
so
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God, this was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it sucked.
What
I think
a
for everybody.
fair contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name of the place.
Then I would have 100 points and I'd still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26 in Bucks County.
County? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
Listen, you know what? I want to know. I don't know if we're going to do this now or not, but some of the questions that we didn't go over, because there was something that I was sure you guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to do it now. But maybe next week we can go through some of the questions because
we'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about that.
Yeah.
So.
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
Oh, I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another, and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
Okay.
William Penn founded two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and he called them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County. Same question, different answers. So
Interesting.
Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
Well, William Penn actually was born in Rutledge and opened up the first sweet roll shop in Croydon.
Yeah.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I
computer.
did so much research on, and it didn't need to be, because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But, there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name, or have the street names with the same letter of the section. So I memorized 3 street names for each section. In case you asked me the same question.
Well, but then both of you were full of crap that you weren't studying.
Dude.
Listen, and it wasn't until
Look at his study sheets.
It
there.
wasn't until last
It looks
night.
like his tax returns.
Steve, I did it last night laying in bed. My cousin Katie texted me and she goes, if you're not studying, I'm going to be so angry. And I was like, oh, no, I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar. I remembered, because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was
for
Rock
sure.
Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now, because they did an article on, or they did an interview
interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really?
Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
What is it in Delaware County?
562,960.
I know there's 17,311 homes in Levittown.
Oh my God!
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County, 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah, Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
the Griffins,
fair enough.
right.
Start that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was a East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30 years?
No, we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years. Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey.
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Ryan
both of us.
Fitzpatrick.
Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No,
or
I didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's
what else do I have?
The 7th Congressional District is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell.
Huh.
She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the Americans.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like it's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back and it was wonderful.
Oh,
she plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. And those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah. You know The Experts.
The Experts.
Mm-hmm. But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins. Real quick, before we get to the B file, I want to read a couple of shout-out emails. This one is actually from Ann Gorski.
No!
She writes, it's Ann Gorski here, and I loved seeing the young man Carter Fisher had raised $747 for the Camp Out for Hunger. He wrote the check from Ann Gorski Savings, which was hilarious. And I wanted to do something with this, so I posted on social media to see if I could get donations to match that. Well, we did. We did that and then some. And I want to make sure that Carter knows that he is responsible for getting another $1,000 of donations for Phil Abundance. And she said, can you please mention this on the air? And I'm sending the money over Wednesday. If anyone else wants to donate to it, they can Venmo to me, and it's at Ann-Gorski. She said Carter and Preston and Steve rock. So that's cool. That's awesome, man. And just out of appreciation for what Carter did, which was really cool. This little kid that set up his own fundraiser.
And tomorrow's the last day for Acme. You can still donate today and tomorrow. So if you're shopping at Acme today or tomorrow, please make that donation.
Absolutely. Another shout out says, hey, I want to give a shout out to my husband, Mark. Can you do this anytime? Or you can do this anytime. And I want to thank him. He has been working really hard out of state, keeping us going because of lack of work here from COVID, and I miss him so much, but I really appreciate what he's doing and how hard he has been working. If you could also give a shout out to Princess Whizzles and Mishka, they would love it. They are my cats. And
I had a feeling.
And they love listening to you guys. Much peace and love. That is from Katie. So here you go. Shout out. And then one last one. It says, hey, I was bummed out that we didn't get a chance to make it. This is from Sadie Waters in Newark, Delaware, by the way. She says, I was bummed that we didn't make it out to the camp out this year from Delaware, but overjoyed that I was able to go to a local Acme and donate. And I did just that twice, and I also grabbed selfies with your cardboard selves.
Excellent.
She sent those over to us. I didn't even know those were still around.
They are.
Oh, yeah. We need to get one of those. I want one of those for here.
Yeah.
Just to keep, because they're
Just
going to
a
go away
keepsake.
eventually.
Yeah.
She says, can you send out a big, loud, most ridiculous shout out to my phenomenal husband, Brendan? We all listen to MMR all day. Every day he starts work each morning, sometimes before you all have to come on the air. So even if you want to get it out of the way early, most likely he will have you on, but he will be focused on work. You might have to get his attention. Brendan, Mr. Waters. Hey, Brendan, Harry Potter. His glasses are similar to that, and it is now how Pierre knows him, so she wanted me to say that. So here's a shout out from Sadie. Big one at that. And then Nick had one more shout out, and then we're doing the B-File.
I was watching NBC Nightly News last night with Lester Holt, and they did a story about big business versus small business over Black Friday, and they were focusing on Walmart and the sales that are having, and then they cut to a small business, and Steve, it is literally a brick and mortar store.
Yeah.
It's called Out There Outfitters. I go there all the time. It's in Wayne, PA, right on North Wayne Avenue, and I'm watching this, and they're talking about what Walmart is going to do with supply chain stuff.
Yeah.
And then they cut to this store that I go to, and I'm like, holy crap! And they were highlighting that as a small business, which is really cool. So I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody at Out There Outfitters. It's a great store, and if you are shopping on Black Friday, consider going to a small business.
When was a small business? Was it last weekend?
No, it's coming up. Small
this Saturday.
Yeah,
this
so
Saturday, yeah.
Black Friday is Friday, obviously, and then Small Business Saturday.
We're looking at a picture of it, and quite literally, it is made of brick and mortar.
Yeah.
So,
Nick,
yes.
I was been searching my emails for weeks. I cannot find it. Speaking of small businesses, the place in Wayne that does framing. What's the name of that store? They
The one that highlighted you on their marquee at one point.
Did they? I don't remember. Do you remember when I went to a big box store and they lost my stuff that I wanted to get framed, and we talked about it, and then I had somebody email me that I thought they were from.
I would call my frame place Frame Job.
There's two frame stores that I really like. One's called Kohl's, and that's in Conshohocken on Fayette in Conshohocken, and then there's one that's attached to the Berwyn train station. It's not in Wayne, but it's I think it's called the Frame Store, and it's literally a part of the train station in Berwyn, PA. So that might be the one.
That might have been it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's all.
That's
You
it.
just wanted to know?
Yeah, yes, because I couldn't find it, and in my emails anywhere. I knew I got an email from somebody in that area.
Okay.
We're
Got
highlighting
it.
small business.
All right. Is that what we're doing? We're highlighting them. All right. Rock on small business. Let's do the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Iron Hill Brewery and their top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers are now available everywhere that craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. So a man thought he had struck gold in Australia, but he's been told that his discovery was, in fact, far more valuable than the precious metal. David Hull stumbled across a reddish, heavy rock in yellow clay as he combed Maryborough Regional Park close to Melbourne, Australia in 2015.
Hey, look what I found.
The famous Australian gold rush washed over the area in the 19th century. With that in mind, Mr. Hull took home his find, convinced that it contained a gold nugget. Despite his best efforts, the rock could not be split open to reveal its contents, and after years of mystery, Mr. Hull found out that he had actually found a meteorite, a very rare one, after taking it to the Melbourne Museum. Dermot Henry, a geologist at the museum, described how in his 37 years of working in the area, he'd only come across 2 genuine meteorites. He said, I've looked at a lot of rocks that people think are meteorites, but this one had this sculpted, dimply look to it, and that's formed when they come through the atmosphere. They are melting on the outside, and the atmosphere sculpts them. In some meteorites, there is stardust, even older than our solar system, which shows us how stars form and evolve to create elements of the periodic table. Other rare meteorites contain organic molecules such as amino acids. This particular meteorite might probably comes out of the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, and it's been nudged out of there by some asteroids smashing into each other, and then one day it smashed into Earth. They figure it's around 4.6 billion years old.
Wow. So what is it worth? I'm sure it's going to be in a museum, but what they estimate a value?
They didn't, but it's going to be more than gold.
Yeah.
Carbon dating analysis puts its time on Earth somewhere between 100 and 1,000 years, with various meteor sightings in the past 150 years potentially offering an explanation when it crashed Earth. But yeah, Steve, I didn't see any value on it.
They say it's almost 100% argentium, Preston.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
A professor fired from Fordham University after he was accused of pleasuring himself during a Zoom lecture is suing the Bronx school, claiming his erectile dysfunction made the allegation virtually impossible.
Ha!
The student who filmed the video is also suing Fordham, claiming that she faced retaliation after she turned over the awkward 2020 video. Howard Robinson, who is 68, was a tenured professor at the university's Graduate School of Social Services when graduate student Andrea Morin filmed a video of the teacher appearing to pleasure himself during a September 10th, 2020 class. But Robinson said in the petition that his erectile dysfunction and low testosterone levels make it virtually impossible for him to get,
Yeah, the joke's on you. I can't get it up.
Yeah, which he had told school officials in the subsequent inquiry. Morin alleged in her lawsuit she saw him from above his waist and observed him for a period of 1.5 minutes, during which time he was shaking, breathing hard, and saying, "Oh, F yeah."
Oh, yeah. It's going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
This happened as students had broken out into separate break rooms, and she had her camera turned off due to illness.
Wow.
She recorded the incident on her cell phone and reported it the same day. Morin claimed that she contacted Steve Albanese, the associate dean, about the incident after she was initially dissuaded from doing so by school counselors. She sent an email to Albanese sharing details of the alleged incident as well as the video that she had recorded. The lawsuit states Robinson emailed Morin asking her how she was feeling and that he was, quote, thinking about her.
Oh, dear God.
Robinson is petitioning to have his position reinstated at the college, claiming that in the video he was not pleasuring himself, but struggling not to urinate due to an enlarged prostate and other medical problems. He was typing away in an email of students to send a PowerPoint at the same time. Morin actually saw Robinson grimacing and shifting his weight in his seat as he rushed to complete the message to his class before relieving himself, the petition said. Robinson was fired from the university following what his petition called a flawed investigation that did not permit him the chance for a hearing. So that's interesting. I don't know if she didn't actually see his nether regions. There's
Where's your
not
proof?
a way to prove that he was doing that. So,
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, an Indian man who was in a road accident and had been declared dead was found alive in a morgue freezer by his astonished family members the next day.
What do you know?
Srikesh Kumar was taken into a clinic in a critical condition after being hit by a motorcycle. He was taken to a private medical facility after the accident where a doctor declared him dead on arrival. He was then transferred to a government hospital for a postmortem on Friday. Police were informed his body was put in the morgue freezer until his family arrived 6 hours later.
6 hours.
The chief medical superintendent of the emergency said the emergency medical officer had seen the patient at 3 a.m. and there was no heartbeat. He had examined the man multiple times. The medical superintendent said when a police team and his family came over to initiate the paperwork for the autopsy, he was found alive. According to the Times of India, a document was signed by family members agreeing to an autopsy, and they had identified the body. But Mr. Kumar's sister-in-law had noticed that he was showing signs of movement. She said, he's not at all dead. How did this happen? Look, he wants to say something. He's breathing. Dr. Singh said he was declared dead at the time, but in the morning, a police team and his family found him alive. An investigation
breathing and moving are signs of life, correct?
Yes, last I checked. He'd been ordered to check how he came to be mistakenly declared dead.
How did he not die 6 hours in a freezer?
All right, and here's the last story. A man was critically hurt when his wife drove over him twice as he tried to dislodge a bowling ball that had been thrown in front of their car on Saturday. It's in Kansas City. So the couple ran over the bowling ball around 3 p.m. Saturday in Kansas City, and the ball became lodged under their car.
I'm going to go get that bowling ball. You drive over me.
Later in the day, a suspect went to a police station and admitted to throwing a bowling ball in front of a moving car. And after they stopped, the 25-year-old man had crawled under the vehicle to try and remove the ball. Then a suspect approached the vehicle and tried to grab the 25-year-old woman's purse while the man was trying to reach the bowling ball. During the struggle over the purse, the woman pressed her foot on the gas pedal and heard a yell from under the car, which had rolled over her husband.
Oh, my God.
Police said the woman then put the car in reverse and rolled over her husband a second time. As the man cried out, the suspect fled without the purse. The man was taken to the hospital in critical condition, but was in stable condition as of Saturday night. Wow.
Do you remember that little thing you had happen years ago where you drove over a motorcycle helmet?
It fell off a motorcycle in front of me. They had it on the back,
Right.
and it got lodged underneath the van. And I drove miles all the way to my house. I pulled over, and I couldn't get it out from underneath there. I needed something. It was deep. I couldn't reach it.
Yes.
So I eventually had to drive home.
It was the
Like it was
coolest
scraping the whole way.
thing, though. Once you got it out,
Yeah.
it was perfectly polished smooth because the street had just worn it down. It was wild.
It looked like a laser had cut it.
It did, yeah.
In like a quarter of it off. It was pretty wild. All right, there you go. Your bizarre file. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Don't forget, Jay Oakerson joining us around 9 o'clock. Stay put. Shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Kerry Russell won Mr. Skin's best butt shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Got a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey
It's
says
got
she
a
got
hell
nice...
of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the...
Oh, yeah, this is nice. Is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
These are the kids. I'm going to help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh,
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story, unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. We go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay,
yeah. Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
Yes!
I did. I absolutely positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does. He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's
He's
true.
out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that my penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, actually, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. This is not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it.
This is fake.
There's not even, yeah.
Dudley Gammon.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yaman, Jamin. I just said Jamin.
like
You
Jamin
got
better.
yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jimin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
he changes it
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jimin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about, obviously, we're not talking about a 1.5 foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now,
Just a
however,
general
though,
fullness.
when you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think so.
Stands to reason.
I would guess so. Yeah.
So yeah, that's. But I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
it's sad?
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer, so
I think so.
things
Right?
are looser.
For
Yeah.
proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler. Is the you guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't look
really
that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on.
But it is sophisticated.
Spray them with some CO2.
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction. Yes, and therefore it maintains to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your
works
McDLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
From the noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No,
and your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, just give me
do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for the when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, you know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think
the
that's
radio.
What I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone. It'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Yeah, that's what it would be.
Yeah.
Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes.
Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know. Hey, Lauer.
Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze. Fine.
So Lantern Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal, a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and then they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to.
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to.
And then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? His face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings in with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh, my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state.
You know what? What? I noticed some things.
I
did. I might even put the mask on.
The noticer is back, and he's better than ever. His pre-Thanksgiving edition is celebrated around the world as he puts his mask on over his glasses. It doesn't quite fit, but he'll make it work.
You know what I need?
I noticed that doesn't work.
I did, and I noticed that too. But I need new
straps,
elastic band because this one's getting worn out. Yeah, I can't put this on.
No,
over the
you can't.
headphones.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on, I gotta take
noticed
the
the
headphones
noticer
off.
can't put on his noticer mask.
Put these on over the glasses.
Okay.
And
he's here. Where did Preston go?
Wait, somebody go get Preston. Tell him that the noticer's here.
Did you notice anything? You will.
I like how you're like an old person wears glasses hanging off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't fit
The noticer looks like the noticer's grandfather.
quite the right way. But I did notice a few things that are worth mentioning. I noticed this story out of the UK.
That's the United Kingdom, is it not?
That would be the one, yes. Lobsters, octopus, and crabs will be recognized as sentient beings in the UK after new research suggested that they have a central nervous system and can feel pain.
So does that mean that someone could sue a Red Lobster for serving lobster?
No.
Okay.
Not at this point. The legislation
Can lobsters become lawyers?
Will not affect fishing practices or restaurants that sell shellfish, but will protect the animals in future decision making.
Is this the one? Is this the beginning? Could we one day have an octopus as a barrister?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Have to wear the little wig,
Yeah.
which would be really cute.
And then what? You'd have like 8 gavels, right?
So the UK government announced Friday that all decapod crustaceans and cephalopod mollusks will be added to the Animal Welfare Sentience Bill.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
After a study from the London School of Economics and Political Science found evidence that the sea creatures are sentient or can feel.
This is a great day for lobsters everywhere. And octopi.
Oh, there's like loads of gavels. Yeah, there's more.
Because there's 8.
That's
Yeah,
just
there's
one
8 of
octopus.
them. Yeah.
So what were they considered before?
I don't know. Non-sentient. Dinner, yes. And they still are. Non-sentient. So, which is interesting because, I mean, to determine if something feels pain, I guess you just...
You ask it.
Yeah,
that hurt.
You do something painful to it and it reacts physically
it has
to
to scream or say
Right.
ow.
Or just move to
Yow!
get out of the way of danger.
I will tell you
would
this.
think.
Haven't they, isn't the standing right now currently that some plants recoil in pain or feel something akin to pain?
Something like that.
Right?
I don't know. Decapod crustaceans, by the way, include shrimp, lobsters, crayfish, and hermit crabs. Cephalopod mollusks include squid, octopus, and cuttlefish.
At Octopi, we're here for you.
Hmm.
Anytime, day or night.
I've cooked lobsters at home before, and
I can't do it.
you got to kill them.
Yeah.
You know, you can either throw them straight into the water or do what I had done, which is you take a knife between their eyes and you bang, go right down like that. And they curl up and they writhe around and everything, and it's hard to do, but
Have you ever left the knife next to them and say, you know what to do and walk away?
You do it. Listen, you're going to be dinner either way.
You do that Robert Duvall speech in Godfather 2, Preston.
Right. You open up a vein.
I'll take care of your family.
Yeah.
No, you get 2 lobsters and you put a knife in front of them. You go, you guys
One
one
of
of you got to go.
Yeah, it's like in
like in Dark Knight.
In Dark Knight, we're having auditions. And throw them a pool cue and let them break it and go at it. But no, it's listen. I've done it before. I've since that's probably the last animal I've killed in my life. But I haven't done that in a long, long time. But it's they're as human beings we eat them.
That's what happens. Yeah. And if you go to Red Lobster, that's what's happening. It's just someone else is doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that scream that they make when you put them that's not actually a scream.
No,
pain.
it's not.
It's just like the sound escaping.
Yes, it's like it's like a whistling almost.
You know what it is? It's rock and roll, baby.
Is that what that is? Turn it up.
That's what it's coming out.
Lobster rock.
Yeah.
Is that lobster rock?
Actually,
then get me a bib.
It'd be rock lobster, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
By the way, Animal Welfare Minister Lord Zach Goldsmith said the UK has always led the way on animal welfare, and our action plan for
The UK has always led the way on lobster and clam autonomy. I one day see an ecosystem within the United Kingdom that is absolutely controlled and maintained by squid. Of course, once we can train sponges to talk, we will have our own SpongeBob SquarePants.
He said by setting out our plans to bring in some of the strongest protections in the world for pets.
Now we shall all retire to the main chamber for some Krabby Patties.
Yeah.
What do you think Krabby Patties are?
I think they're like crab meat.
Okay.
Crab sandwiches.
That
right?
makes sense.
Right?
I mean, it's in the
It's in the
No, I
name.
just think
they're
think
not called lobster patties.
I think they're hamburgers.
Oh, they look good, whatever they are.
Yeah.
You know, like it goes back to, and I just don't mean to go off on a tangent here and notice her, but years ago remember Wimpy, the character on Popeye?
Yeah.
He always ate hamburgers?
Yeah.
Those
thought
animated
they
hamburgers
looked
made me
great.
hungry, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the gigantic sandwiches that
Dagwood?
Shaggy and Scooby would
Yeah.
eat. No, not Dagwood, but Shaggy and Scooby. Those always looked quite appetizing.
They did.
Yeah. What do you think Scooby snacks were? Because Shaggy would eat those too.
Cocaine.
Yeah.
That's why he wanted them so bad. I mean, what do you think?
He was addicted.
All right, I noticed some other things. Hang on here. This one's for Kathy.
Oh!
You probably already know this, Kathy, but Target will no longer open their retail outlets on Thanksgiving Day, making permanent what was initially a pandemic-related move for distributing single-day foot traffic over an extended weekend shopping event.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing that. A lot of companies are kind of shifting back like they did last year. Not many, I don't think any actually, or not that any I shopped at opened last year on Thanksgiving. They're doing it again this year. So I hope maybe it stays that way.
Here are the places that will be open on Thanksgiving. Albertsons, Dollar General, Kroger, Michael's, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and Whole Foods. Other than Target, the list of closed stores includes Apple, Barnes & Noble, Bed Bath & Beyond, Best Buy, Home Depot, IKEA, JCPenney, Kohl's, Macy's, Sam's Club, and Walmart.
Those are the ones that are closed.
They will be closed.
Yeah, see, it seems like they're like teaming up together and they're...
I wonder if that is also a part of the fact that a lot of these places are understaffed to begin with. And to get people for the holidays, they just figured, what the hell, we'll just close down.
I mean, come on. I can't believe Michael's is open. That's one of the ones that I have to visit, and everything's going to be sold out if they open on Thanksgiving.
Well, it says here, based on retail sales reports, that this year's holiday shopping has begun earlier than usual. So that's one of the reasons. So people, they're already getting
It doesn't have the oomph. Yes, I got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
So Target CEO Brian Cornell said, what started as a temporary measure driven by the pandemic is now our new standard, one that recognizes our ability to deliver on our guests' holiday wishes, both within and well beyond store hours. And he said, you don't have to wonder whether this is the last Thanksgiving you'll spend with family and friends for a while, because Thanksgiving store hours are one thing that we won't get back to when the pandemic finally subsides.
So where's the beacon in all this? The place that will provide you with a place to go to once your family starts driving you crazy.
Yeah.
Wawa.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Christmas shopping at Wawa.
When I worked at McDonald's, the only 2 days that it was closed throughout the entire year were Thanksgiving and Christmas. And
is that the case now?
I don't know. That's why I brought it up. I'm curious as to, even with fast food, which ones are open on Thanksgiving.
They must get like a big holiday rush at McDonald's, right? People coming in buying for the holidays. Big Macs under the tree.
The National Retail Federation, the nation's largest retail trade group, predicts that this year's sales to reach record levels, with growth expected between 8.5 and 10.5% compared to 2020's growth of 8.2% from the previous year. So they're expecting it to be a big shopping season.
Good.
Another reason for the increase in early sales this year is that shoppers are worried about the persistent supply chain crisis affecting stores across the country and stocking up earlier than usual to prevent critical shortages.
Not for anything here, but your first story with what they found in the UK, couldn't they have a few octopi working down at the loading docks with all their appendages?
Listen, I've seen things like, the Flintstones.
Yes.
Where some
It's
of
a
these
living.
animals can do crazy efficient stuff because they have multiple limbs like
In
that.
fact, I think it was an octopus in the kitchen at one of the restaurants that the Flintstones would frequent, and they were doing all sorts of stuff.
Wouldn't doubt it.
I think an octopus is a sushi chef in Monsters, Inc.
It's kind of creepy, isn't it?
Octopus type character, yes.
Right.
Octopus-ish monster.
Because he's got a knife and everything.
Mm-hmm.
At least maybe several knives.
That's like us, in a way, that'd be like us serving monkey burgers. Because there's a genetic connection between sushi and...
That's true.
Isn't that kind of creepy?
Yeah.
But it was a monster, not an octopus.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
he doesn't live in the water.
Put some holes in my theory.
As online e-commerce platforms like Amazon get more ubiquitous, Target, along with other major retailers, began opening stores on Thanksgiving a decade ago to stay competitive and make the most of the shopping rush. So this isn't just a pandemic thing. Like, this happened a while back, and I remember going, come on, man.
They were making the adaptation to that. And also to give people... Listen, so occasionally when we go up and... when we used to go up to New York and have Thanksgiving with family up there, during the day, we just... Okay, there's nothing to do, and you didn't want to rush over to the house and bother the people who are preparing the food, so you'd go shopping. What a depressing thing on Thanksgiving, because the staff doesn't want to be there.
Yep.
No, and the sales weren't that tremendous.
Unless you're making like double time money or something like that.
Which you could.
When critics blamed corporations for making people work during the holidays, some stores ended the practice. Retailers like Nordstrom and Costco remained closed, saying that they wanted to respect the holidays. So some others are jumping on board.
I think on federal holidays, that's required for under employment laws, Preston. It's either double time or time and a half. If you choose to work on a holiday that's a federal holiday, you automatically get paid more.
Okay. All right, I noticed this other thing. Very interesting story this morning. Has to do with human body odor.
Oh, yeah.
And you can't underestimate the power of smells. A new study finds smelling the chemical hexadecanol, or Hex, H-E-X, which is found in human body odors and infants when under stress, actually triggers aggression in women while it blocks aggression in men.
No, it makes me gag. I can't stand that body odor smell.
Well, it's not, I don't think it's like stinking, what you would
we're
call
just talking like a
body
natural
odor.
musk?
It says this particular hexadecanol is found in human body odors and infants when under stress. So it's a very specific thing. And apparently it causes women to be more aggressive and men to be less aggressive. It blocks aggression in men. The connection it has to babies could be why smelling it leads to more aggressive behavior in women as it taps into the maternal instincts to protect their offspring.
Huh.
So I have this vision, Steve, of like a female MMA fighter in the corner, and they bring over like a fussy baby, and she smells it, and it gets her all fired up.
Right, smell this.
To go in and rip. It's like, Rocky in smelling salts or something like that.
Cut me, Mick. Cut me and bring me a baby.
At the same time, smell... At the same time, smell...
I'll break you. Oh, yeah? I got a baby back in my room.
Smelling Hex may also suppress male aggression by design, as it could put the child at risk.
Huh.
Researchers note this places chemosignaling at the mechanistic heart of human aggression and poses but one added example to the rapidly growing body of evidence implicating social chemosignaling as a major, albeit mostly subconscious, power in human behavior. It's just saying that our sense of smell, we're very sensitive to that, and that it can cause chemical changes in our, how we're feeling, I guess, like...
We release pheromones and things.
Well, and also... oh man, what's hormones?
Yes.
Inside that can make you react, and feel differently.
You remember the Happening, the Shyamalan movie? That was the plants were released.
Totally.
Yes,
it's a plot point in Black Widow as well.
That's right.
Is it?
Yeah. Have you seen it?
I have, but I've forgotten.
Yeah, Scarlett
what the
Johansson
plot line was.
uses it to sort of defend herself when she's up in Cloud City, whatever the name of that place is.
She breaks her
Oh
nose.
yeah.
She's fighting the guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That's right. Yep. So anyhow, that apparently is prominent in babies, and when they're stressful, will make women more aggressive and men less aggressive.
So what you're saying, we will probably see an octopus working down on a loading dock.
Probably. All right. What else do I have here? I noticed this other thing. I should have done this one right after the Target thing.
You shoulda, woulda, coulda.
I didn't. CVS Health said last week that they're going to close about 900 stores.
Oh, wow.
CVS?
Over the next 3 years.
That's where I get my medicine.
They're going out of business because of all the paper they're wasting on their receipts.
No kidding.
Well, I'll tell you, here's a little key, by the way. If you do the self-checkout, your receipt is much shorter.
If you do self-checkout, it's shorter? Okay, interesting.
Oh, okay.
But there's some good stuff in those receipts. Like when we were at Camp Out for Hunger, there's a CVS on Broad.
Yeah.
And I went by there to pick up a script that Dr. Mike had written for me, because you guys know I was sick
Yeah,
while we were
right,
there.
yeah.
And a woman is shopping the aisles, and she's got a basket full of stuff. And it was the second time I had been there that day. I had to pick up something else. And she goes, I saw you here earlier. She recognized my mask I was wearing. And she goes, here. And she handed me a fistful of coupons. She goes, here's $9 off whatever you're buying.
Nice.
Wow.
I was like, wow.
Perfect.
I go, thank you. It was really cool. And it was all
Now
from,
kiss me.
It was all from receipts that she had. And she wanted to give them to me. She's like, I'm here buying everything right now because I got all these receipts. I was like,
Well,
okay.
that's what those long receipts mostly are. It's different coupons. But for what, and listen, I like a good coupon. Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't ever save those damn CVS receipts. It's not like I go there to spend tons of money and I'm going to be searching for the 9-foot-long receipt that I got 3 weeks ago.
And what are you going to do? Like scissor out the parts that are the coupon? I don't know how it works. I just get rid of it.
So anyhow, yeah, they the shares were up actually past Thursday a little bit, but the company announced in a news release that will focus more of its efforts on digital growth and turning its stores into destinations that offer a range of healthcare services from flu shots to diagnostic tests.
Well, they are our, at least in our health plan, they are our pharmacy.
Yeah, that's the one I go to.
I go to. I go to two different ones. I go to there and Walmart from time to time.
More so than any of the other pharmacies, I've seen more brand new ones built.
Yeah, same. There's
So
a brand
what's
new
going
one.
on?
Yeah, there's one, a brand new one. I mean, it's got to be 3 years old on Route 30 in Stratford, PA, and like it's where that John Harvard's was case.
Right.
But they put in a brand new CVS there. So and all the CVSs went into Target as well.
That's the one that caters solely to sentient mollusks. Right?
Okay.
I hope they don't close the one. I have one that's very convenient to me. That would
Oh,
suck
no,
if that
no.
one
Yes.
went down.
I pass by one all the time going home, and it's my CVS of choice. Don't close that one, please.
Store closures will begin in spring of next year. The company said it plans to close about 300 per year in total. The closures will add up to roughly 9% of CVS's nearly 10,000 U.S. stores. The company declined to share the specific locations of stores that will shutter.
CVS is where I get my clothing, and it's where I get my cookies.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
They have everything there.
They have everything.
More people are getting prescriptions filled online, retrieving personal care items through curbside pickup and visiting with doctors through telehealth. The drugstore chain and health insurer said that it is closing the stores based on changes to the population, customer habits, and health needs.
Huh.
Okay.
I called Dr. Mike one time because I was having like allergy issues.
Yeah.
And I called him to say, hey, if I've already taken this one allergy medication, can I take this one? And he's like, what's going on? Right? So then he decides to call in a Z-Pack or something. I can't remember what it was. And I was like, it's not necessary. It's, I'm like, I'll be fine. He's like, no, I'm going to take care of you. So I was like, at the time I was at the Acme.
Right.
CVS, my CVS was right in the same parking lot as the Acme. So I'm like, okay. So I go over to CVS. And they're like, oh, ladies and gentlemen, Casey's here. Mike called them, and he was like, I got a VIP coming. I need you to get this taken care of right now. I was like, why? Oh, my God.
Stop
why are you doing that to me? Yes.
There are times when it's good.
Yes.
But
But
there are
not
other
when I
times-
need a cold sniffle medication.
One of these
you
days,
know?
he's going to have you.
Listen, I got a child molester coming in.
Yeah, he's going to
He's
turn it.
been ordered to be medically castrated.
He's going to turn it on you. Wow. All right. Notice something else, and we'll stay in the medical field for a moment. Scientists have identified the second person to ever rid themselves of HIV without medical treatment.
What?
Yeah. The patient, an unnamed woman living in Argentina, was found to have human immunodeficiency virus in 2013. Since 2017, an international team of researchers has been poring over the patient's DNA in search of traces of the virus. And the team even checked her placenta after she gave birth in March of last year. After sequencing billions of cells, scientists have confirmed the woman is HIV-free.
Eats like a billion.
Modern medicine has made it possible for many people to live with the virus under control, but they typically require consistent antiretroviral therapy
these names.
To prevent the virus from replicating. In total, 4 people have now been declared to be cured of HIV.
So what what distinguishes them from the pack is obviously what they're trying to investigate and break down.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
So 4 people in total have ever been declared cured of HIV. 2 of them, however, known as the Berlin patient and the London patient, were cured after receiving stem cell transplants, a risky procedure that scientists have tried to replicate with other patients without success. In 2020, scientists shared a report of Laureen Willenberg, the San Francisco patient, as doctors dubbed her, who was the first known case of sterilizing cure without medical intervention. Willenberg and this particular unnamed patient in Argentina are also known as elite controllers, a small subset of HIV patients whose immune systems naturally suppress the virus. That's pretty wild.
Wow.
Yeah. That's,
I mean, the fact that we're in a point now where you can actually get it, the level so low that it's undetectable is amazing. But if you could do it this way without, all that medical.
Well, yeah, but I didn't know only 4 people have ever been declared cured.
Yeah.
Of HIV. Like no one else has ever
Right.
been declared cure or free of it once you get it.
So I guess obviously that'd have to be without medical intervention, right? That's when you're considered cured. Yes.
No. So 2 of them were stem cell replacements, and then these other 2, it happened all on their own.
In other words, though, to maintain that, I assume, which is an undetectable level of the virus, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure, but it says
You're just wearing those goggles, and I think that you know
that I know everything. No, I don't know everything. I just notice everything.
Yeah. There we go.
And I noticed one more thing. At time? Okay. All right. One last thing. The UK-based gift shop called Yappy.
Yappy.
Stop your yapping.
Stop yapping.
Yappy.com surveyed more than 450,000 profiles created on their website to determine which name earned the distinction of being top dog. So these are the 20 most popular dog names of this past year.
Okay.
All right. So 450,000 profiles. It's a UK-based gift shop, so I would imagine most people are in that region, but they could be from around the world. I do not know.
So these could be just stupid British dog names.
They could be, but the number 1 name, we'll start at the top here, is Luna.
Luna.
I like
For a
Luna.
pet.
That's a nice name.
Luna's a nice name. Yes.
Luna would be a nice name for a kid.
Yeah. Then you have Teddy, Bella, Poppy. That's a very British name.
Yeah, Poppy.
Milo. Or would it be Milo? I don't know. And then Buddy, Lola, Alfie, Bailey, Charlie, Daisy.
And then Norma Stitz.
These all end in E.
Yeah, we had a dog named Daisy.
I did too.
So did I.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
We all
had a
did.
Cocker Spaniel.
Everyone
a white
did.
Cocker
I never
Spaniel.
did.
Yeah, I feel like a dog has to have either a 1 or 2 syllable name. Anything over 2 syllables just doesn't make sense.
Right.
In my
Like
in my brain.
Mellencamp?
Yeah.
Do you have an example?
No, because
Okay.
most people I think have 1 or 2 syllable dog names.
We had a dog named Gus, and so it was 1
Yeah.
syllable, but his full name was Augustus.
We had a dog, our Great Dane's full, it was a pure breed, was Clementine Mount Valerie Rock.
You
See, I
called
like
her.
We would call her Clem.
Clem, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But Clementine
Yes.
is her
Yeah.
first name.
Right.
Would you from time to time call her
Yes.
Clementine?
Yeah, yeah.
I have dog names before I even have dogs, so I already know what my next dog's name is going to be.
Okay.
It's Greg.
Why?
Because it just doesn't make any sense.
My cousin just got a cat, a rescue cat. Its name's Larry.
Oh, I like that.
I love that.
Yeah, I had
was
a Fred.
cracking up. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's a fantastic name for a cat.
What was your cat's
Larry.
name?
Linda.
Linda.
Right?
Yeah. I just wanted to be able to say, Linda peed in my shoe. Linda went crazy after biting a lamp cord.
Oh, no.
Well, she was not quite there, so she had
poor
an
Linda.
issue. Yeah.
I've told you before, my friend had a cat named John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had a litter, and one of the boys they named Johnson. John's son.
My brother had a cat named Mister.
Mister. All right.
We
And
have
then
Hubert.
And you had the brown one.
Black. He was
The black one. I'm sorry.
Preston.
The black one.
All right. Then you had
Black and gray. We had a gray cat too.
these are all other names: Molly, Ruby, Max, Ruby and Max.
Ruby and Max. Max and Ruby.
That was a kid's show. Archie, Cooper. I like Cooper. I know somebody's got a dog named Cooper.
Yeah.
Coco, Rosie,
Cow,
Casey,
cow.
Cow.
Reggie is on here.
Reggie.
And Willow.
I wonder if you're going to get any Ted Lasso names popping up.
Yes.
Roy
that would-
Kent would be a good name for a dog.
Yeah. Oh my God. What else would it? Keely would be a good name.
Keely.
For a
would
dog.
be
Keely. Keely. So here we go. There are certain names for breeds that were popular, and I have just a few of them here. The most common name for English bulldogs was Winston.
Winston.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense.
I like that.
Winston
Yeah.
Churchill.
Yes.
My buddy's got one, and her name is Macy, and they were
Oh, I
they
like
were.
that.
Yeah, but you know what? They were. It was between Macy and Mary, and I thought Mary was a better sounding name for an English bulldog.
Okay.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Both
we
are
weigh
pretty
in on
good.
that? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go home and take a bath and think about that.
All right, cool.
Rollo is the top pick for dachshunds.
Aw.
Kind of like, I guess they're in that shape, like a
Yeah.
Rollo
Yeah.
candy, like a whole sleeve of them.
Is that an underrated candy?
I
It's
love
pretty good.
Rollos.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Just caramel
No,
chocolate.
I think it's rated right where it needs to be.
It's in the pocket?
Yeah.
All right.
And Princess is the go-to for
Aw.
Bichon Frise.
We had a cat named Princess. She died in my arms. That was-
Oh, what?
You guys want to hear a happy story?
Were you choking her?
No,
Okay.
no, we just adopted
Then
her
okay,
way
then
too
I
early.
wanna hear it.
Yeah, right.
But speaking of Macy, my friend had a Bichon Frise named Macy. When you hear of Ted's story, his mom ran it over in the driveway.
Ooh.
Wait, real quick, Nick.
It was his birthday. and she forgot to get him something.
Nick, did you say you got her too early?
Yeah, we had a really bad run with cats when I was a
It
kid.
was a kitten?
Yes.
That is
They took the SPCA lied about her age. This was back in the 80s. We had Princess. She died. We had Harry 1. He ran away. Harry 2 ran away. Emma lived forever. Patrick moved next door.
Oh, we had Dusty. Wait, Dusty.
Listen, it's not working out. I have some other opportunities that have presented themselves to me. I think I'm going to take them.
Dude,
but I want you to leave my number here, and you contact me, and you guys have a good life.
Steve, my dad was so pissed because he continued to pay for Patrick's food, but Patrick liked the family next door to us.
Yeah, of course.
So he would come back and eat the food that my dad bought and then go and hang out with Rich and Jeff.
Oh, I bet your dad hated
it.
Yes,
Yeah,
he was spending money.
Bears such a grudge to this day towards Patrick. And I named Patrick after a kid across the street that I thought was cool. I was like, oh, okay. That kid's cool.
Hoping that he'd be friends with you?
Yeah, no. Didn't work out. Yeah.
We had a dog
Stalker across
have
the
to
street
go.
named his dog after me.
I have to go live somewhere else too. Like it was.
Really?
I don't know if the dog chose. No, the dog didn't choose to. He had to go because he kept attacking the mailman. So yeah, he went and lived at a car lot.
This was the mailman that your dad would get bombed with, right?
Yep. Yeah, Tom.
Golden Retriever owners prefer the name Bailey, and those who have Cavalier King Charles Spaniels most often chose Lola for whatever reason.
Yeah. So my brother has that kind of dog, and they're little, like they're right. Yeah, and he named it Zeus. I was like, that's like a big dog's name, right?
That's some people do that. That's like
drummer.
In Legally Blonde, she named her Chihuahua Bruiser.
Yeah.
You know, so some people will do that
For the irony.
Right, exactly.
Irony.
All right. Anyhow, that's all I have time to notice because we have a guest who is going to be joining us in a moment. So thank you for noticing along with me. I appreciate it. Can I take these off now?
Yes, of course.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. Big Jay Oakerson on the show. Stay with us.
That's your intent or what you'd like to see happen. You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell!
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God!
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
becomes like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rub and tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the. In fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, Lisa, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion.
Yeah.
Let's lighten things up a bit.
How do we want to proceed into the next thing that we're going to do?
Well, I think we should. Where did Bill go? Oh, Bill, could I trouble you to come over here? I got to ask your opinion on the air about something. If you
Bill Weston, man about town.
He just goes, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yes, well, the real reason we have rused you into this studio is to offer you our thanks and congratulations, and allow me to read the words of Kevin Gunn, if I may attempt.
You certainly may, sir.
So, we call him the man about town. We kid him about his kitchen cleaning, dashing wardrobe, and how he presides over meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. He's always open to ideas, but he often reminds us that, quote, this is not a democracy. Probably a good thing, too. Can you imagine if the Preston and Steve show, me, Jackie Bam Bam, Jackson, Brent, and the rest of the MMR staff were left unchecked to their own devices? Or if there was no one to say, let's think this through? Or have you considered what might happen if, or the building might not go for that? Or Are you out of your freaking minds? You want to do what? But there it is. Bill Weston, the adult in the room. He is our leader through a business that is open 24/7, 365 days a year. He has to deal with the creative types, the executives, the sales staff, the accountants, the consultants, the concert promoters, the bands, their managers, countless live events, listener comments, office demolition and construction, and it is quite a job. He does all of this with a measured demeanor, self-effacing sense of humor, and a wealth of experience and wisdom. This year, he has also taken up the additional task of overseeing MMR's 50th anniversary celebration and has done so, might I say, with limitless energy and incredible savvy. So, in addition to being the man about town, Bill Weston is also the man about music, the man about programming, the man about administration, the man about meetings, the man about sometimes saying no. In short, the man who's all about this radio station. And that is why, and probably to his chagrin, we, his staff, award him the well-earned and long overdue recognition as the Rock of MMR.
Thank you. That's no idea. And yes, to my chagrin, because this was something that we came up with to award to or recognize people that don't get recognition.
The unsung.
Yeah, this happens just a couple of times a year. This award is handed out.
Right.
It is a giant rock on a platform, and it's got the MMR logo, and then it's got little spaces for whoever might be the rock at any given time.
Yeah, like the Stanley Cup, the names are added to the rock. Right. And now we add Bill's name to that.
That's... I'm touched, and I really appreciate the sentiments expressed in your missive. Who wrote that? Kevin.
Kevin wrote it. My
Thank you,
presentation, but entirely Kevin, who is a genius and brilliant and one of our great ones. He wrote the words.
Yes, my reward is I get to work with really talented people who are in much better positions to act
stupid
freely and
freely.
Well, the idea, the words that Kevin put in there, you want to do what? Which mostly applies to you guys.
Yes.
You want to light a refrigerator on fire in the parking lot and then add 7 cars to the mix and see if we can cause a giant mechanical explosion?
Yes. That's
I
a
mean,
good one,
consider what we have done in the last 15 years. To just imagine what he has said no to.
Oh yeah.
Well, then tolerating a pony coming in.
Yes.
Well,
Kathy.
he didn't know about that one.
Yeah, never.
Some things you beg for forgiveness.
You just don't apprise him of.
I thank you very, very much. That's like I said, my reward. I was just came back from a long motorcycle trip out in California.
Right.
Actually went through Petaluma, Pierre, and I was telling these guys that I was hanging with, just regular guys, retired cops and plumbers and whatever. I said, I still love my job. I am blessed to be able to work at WMMR with people who care, and actually their first response to something that needs to be done isn't that's not my job. It's to how can I help? Right. And it's that kind of atmosphere that we have, and we involve our listener because they're an integral part of that radio station. It's a great thing. So this is very cool. I appreciate whoever took the initiative.
A complete surprise, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had no idea. I was over in engineering looking at floor plans. And Chuck says, we need you in the studio. I said, they need more time off. What are they going to ask for, more vacation time? Preston's complaining about too many live reads. I'm like, oh my God, what is it?
But the thing is, every one of us has worked for insane program directors at various times, and I think the nature of the job drives people over the edge, and for some reason it has not done so with you. You've retained this balance that even if you're pissed at us, you present it in a nice way, and you don't call someone while they're on the air and say you should never have done that. You wait until they're off, and then you take them in and have them strapped down. And you truly have this balance and this calmness that is in a frantic group of madmen and women that we are. You really are a father figure that doles out a lollipop when needed and sends you to your room when needed, but does so in this balanced, calm, and reasonable and nice fashion.
Thank you for saying that, Pierre. It's
There's really something extraordinary about it.
They say in teacher, sometimes you teach what you cannot do.
Right.
You guys do something that I wish I could do. I started out as a disc jockey and was pretty mediocre at it, So I respect and appreciate what everybody does and the talents in this room, on air and also in our programming and promotions department. I appreciate that. And
you get a parking spot now, too.
Yeah. That's right. It comes with a parking spot.
And one other thing, he's worked so hard on this 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
He's pulled out, he's found archive selections I didn't even know we had, and I've been here for a long time. I mean, he found America singing A Horse with No Name. He found...
We had to steal that back from the guy who stole the tapes from us.
Really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I mean, he's found so many cool things and gotten, really worked the Foo Fighters thing and the Bon Jovi thing for these special 50th parties that we've had, and U2 and all these other things. And he's just, on this 50th alone, he's really
And the fact that
so
he
much.
forged on even after learning that it's the 49th.
Right, right, yeah.
Counter that.
Yeah.
I mean, almost single-handedly ruined the Bon Jovi concert. I mean, I don't know anybody else that could do that.
That gave us a great story, though, for on air.
If you hadn't heard, we did a group photo right before the band took the stage, and they all have in-ear monitors and these little, what look like Walkman kind of thing attached to them, power pack.
I was wearing this jacket, by the way, and it got hooked on the button on my coat, and it yanked it out of his ears, and he gave me the dirtiest look.
They're seconds. I mean, he's in...
Wasn't Bill's fault.
No, it was nobody's fault. But they were they were running on the stage, and they stopped to do a group photo. And then in one of those bizarre Spinal Tap, truly moments, John's wire that goes from his ear to this little backpack that they all have in their pockets caught on Bill's coat.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a blazer to a rock concert.
I know. That really was my fault. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pierre.
Bill Weston, the rock of MMR and Man About Town.
He is the S.
Yep, absolutely. The ESPYs are stupid, but I didn't see it. Marissa, you watched it. How did Danica Patrick look? She was hosting it, right?
She looked good. You know who looked really good?
Pretty much all I'm concerned about. What?
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale
Of course
came
she
out.
would look great.
Why was she there?
Yeah. Is she a wife of someone?
She presented, I don't know if she's promoting something maybe, but she presented Best Championship, I think, which went to like
Best
the Astros.
Championship. Best Championship. That's a category.
Steve and I got up close and personal to Kate Beckinsale when we were in Hawaii. She was promoting the movie Pearl Harbor, and she was at that time, Steve. I remember us going, "This is the most beautiful human being that I've ever been in close proximity
You and I
to."
were like, like in Zoolander. We could not understand what is this thing? What is?
We're just hitting things.
I mean, it's like no human looks like that. And then you have the other end of the scale, two sloths like us.
Oh my God. She comes walking closer. We just start bouncing up and down a little bit.
It's okay. It's okay. Here, here's a gummy bear.
Then he calmed down a little bit. Our next guest is excited to be here. He was just talking about the Eagles' Super Bowl victory because last time he was here, Bo Allen was in studio.
That's right.
And they got to hang out together.
Bo Allen was like ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauly Shore is here with us.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It was like Bradley Cooper against Mark Wahlberg, right? Is that what the vibe was?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious, right?
It truly was. Yeah.
It was great.
And Mark,
I was so happy for you. First of all, congratulations. And I'm not just saying that. I love sports. I'm obsessed with sports. So I was really into it, and I was so happy. I like that pass that he did.
Yeah.
The side pass.
Oh, the Philly
right in their face, dude.
No,
that was like straight up right in your face.
Yeah, they pulled out a trick play there. And
Yeah, it was right
freaked
in their
everybody
face.
out.
Belichick's like, what? He starts sweating, and then the big Samoan guy threw his headphones on. This is crap. What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In LA, because here the sports celebrities are they're the biggest celebrities.
Yeah.
It's like the sports guys, and then like your news anchors and stuff like that.
Right.
Like who's bigger out there?
No, I was. It's funny. I was at the there's an exclusive club called the Soho House. Have you heard of the Soho?
I have heard of it, yeah.
So they're like in LA, New York. I was there and I saw. This was just 2 weeks ago. I saw Carmelo Anthony hanging out with Russell Westbrook, and they were just sitting there, and I freaked out. And I'm like, I love it.
Do they notice you? I mean, because you is there any?
Yeah, they're like, man, keep that guy away from me. It's scary. Man, that dude is scary. Keep him away from me. No, they all grew up with me.
Yeah, that's because you're
so there's like a connection there.
Your life actually from the MTV days and from the movies and from the access that you had. You talk about access and about celebrities and seeing celebrities and living out there in LA and on the Strip. And the Playboy Mansion you were a regular at. I mean, you have got the kind of stories.
I forgot about that part. That was the part that you carve out, those 7 years. You just carve them out.
What was that like in the heyday?
I just say the word heaven. I was very fortunate, very lucky, very blessed. My mom and dad gave me the most amazing life in the world.
Yeah.
And I grew up, right on the Sunset Strip back in the heyday.
I mean, that had to be amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I saw every genre, every band. From Iggy Pop to the Pointer Sisters to, X.
You seem a little, I don't know if jaded is the right word, but you're used to growing up with TV comedians,
No, I'm
actors.
a fan just like you guys are fans of people. I mean, I'm obsessed with Sean Penn. De Niro, all the great actors, Pacino, all these guys.
Celebrities who sort of blow that off or try to act as if that's not a thing.
If you saw me what people don't know, I'm just a normal guy, dude. You know what I mean? I just go home, I make my oatmeal. You know what I mean?
Make your oatmeal.
I smoke a little weed. It's California. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you can't say that here. Sorry.
No, of course you can. It's legal now.
It's medical. Pulled off the radio. Sorry.
No, we're good medically.
It's legal. My friends in New York are hilarious. They come out to LA. My friend Tony, they just pack up a whole bunch of stuff because you can go. You don't need a medical thing. Yeah. You can go and just get it.
You were in Moscow and Jerusalem. Spent some time there recently.
Yeah, it was my summer vacation.
First time?
My first time ever.
I've always wanted to go. Always wanted to go to
or
both.
as the Jews say, Israel. But it was weird going there because it was basically every dude that I saw, I'm like looking at myself.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? These are my roots, so it's kind of like. It's kind of like just going back to, I don't want to say weird things.
Say weird things.
No.
Because I've always wanted to go to Israel. It looks fantastic.
It's great. It's actually, it's not what people think it is as far as like being dangerous. You know what I mean? It's very... But, I mean, the geography of it is very interesting. It's Israel, and then you got all these kind of Arab countries surrounding it.
Yeah.
Heavily, though.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Arabs that live in Israel that are very pissed off and bitter, it's hilarious to me, too.
Yeah.
Because they're basically... So do you know what the name of the Jewish money is?
Not off
It's called shekels.
Oh,
How
sure.
hilarious is that?
Okay.
I mean, that's so Jewy just to begin. Hey, can I get some shekels? It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But imagine the Arabs having to pay shekels. Give me your shekels. You know what I mean? Because they're on their land. Like in the Arabs people's minds, that's their land. The Jews stole their land.
Right. Yeah.
It's all about real estate over there and religion and stuff like that. That's the big kind of, thing where people are fighting all the time.
But outside of that, it's known for incredible resort.
Yeah, it's kind of like Miami, or Brazil. I hadn't been to Rio or anything but like that, but Miami where people...
All right, our next guest is performing at Helium Comedy Club tomorrow night, Friday night, Saturday night, and news to him, Sunday night as well.
And it seems like 20 years since we've last seen him.
It does. We love this man, and so does Philadelphia. Please give it up for Big Jay Oakerson this morning.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
What's up, guys?
Nice to have you on, brother.
Oh, it's great to be, especially following all of that great news about the Tacony Palmyra Bridge. Both lanes are moving.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Kath. Both lanes moving.
You must have pangs of nostalgia when you hear all that, right?
It really does, actually. You know what I just realized and I hate? I'm wearing an Allen Iverson sweatshirt and an Eagles hat. It looks like I'm pandering so much to the city I'm talking to. I'm dressed like Yakov Smirnoff would dress for this interview.
Oh, my God.
Philadelphia's best country in America.
Where are you, Jay?
In my guest room.
Up in New York, right? Yes?
Yeah, up in New York, yeah.
Coming down later on and getting that all. Yeah, it's a hop, skip, and a jump that takes about 5 hours.
There's a very large letter C on the wall. What does that stand for?
Oh, it's well, you know, I let my girlfriend decorate, so that's a C for Christine, and then some dancing picture she likes. It's a bunch of nonsense I wouldn't put up. That's also not my autographed Blink-182 cover, believe it or not.
Let me ask you something, because this became a thing when my wife and I moved into our new house. We kind of picked rooms where we would have sway over. Do you have your rooms where you are the sole arbiter of what decorates that room?
I just said every room has to have at least a 70-inch TV. Beyond that, fluff it up. I don't care.
So is there a 70-inch TV in that room?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
right where you're looking. Yeah,
my dream, I don't know if I'll ever have a house, but I always dream to have, wherever I lived, there's no sacrifice of television quality from room to room. Well, it was a very easy dream to achieve.
We have to talk after this. I'll email you with something that I think might turn your life around as far as your dream about huge TVs. And it's actually probably cheaper than the TV you have on the wall right now. So
we're talking HD projectors, I feel like.
Probably.
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, Steve, tell him how big your bedroom TV is.
Well, I have a 65 in the bedroom. It's a 77 in the living room, and then the one in the main TV room is 120. So you have the short throw projector, which sits about 11 inches away from the screen, and they are surprisingly affordable. Like you try to get something like 120-inch like picture tube or screen like that. First off, it's like $70,000-$80,000.
Wow.
And so for something like this, I'm telling you, for a song and a dance, basically, you can have that set up, and I think this is going to revolutionize the way people enjoy sports at home.
It throws it on the wall.
She throws it on a specific screen, which is an ambient light reducing screen. Kathy's eating this up.
Yeah.
Ambient light reducing screen. So from the ceiling lights, it doesn't shine down and brighten up the screen, but right from below, it catches all the light. So you can sit there with the room lights on and have a really great image. And I think, you're a man, obviously, who enjoys his TVs. This could be a turn. This could be that fork in the road where you make the turn that embellishes your life from here on in.
What a moment.
Yeah.
What a moment we just had. That was fantastic.
Well, thank you. I'm passionate about TV, as obviously you are.
Jay.
Yeah, meanwhile, half the listeners here on Friday are going to murder their neighbor for a 25-inch Vizio.
What are you going to, so you're doing Wednesday and then you have Thursday off. You headed back up and do you have a special Thanksgiving Day planned or what's going on?
I'm going to, for the first time in many, many years, I'm going to have Thanksgiving with my mom and sisters and stepfather. And I asked who was cooking, and my sister and mom said they were, and it's just...
You seem pained.
It's going to be. I'm just going to get past it.
Yeah.
I'm already looking past it. I'm already at Friday in my mind mentally.
Do you cook at all? Do you do any preparation, anything? Are you known for a dish?
No, all horrible, like fattening things for you. Nothing that's good or high quality. But my mother can just flat out not cook. So this is going to be interesting.
Wow. Oh, we could have like Thanksgiving together. And not eat anything.
Yeah, is your mom a lousy cook too? Or
Listen, I hate to say that because my mother will host 50 people if she has to, and she cooks enough food for everyone, and she tries her heart out. She is not an unbelievable chef, but she does cook, and she will cook for everyone.
Is the idea that by inviting 50 people, the odds increase that one person will like it?
Stop. Stop it.
Yeah.
By the way, if your food's that horrible, 4 meatballs is enough for 50 people.
Yeah.
By the 4th meatball, the word's going to spread, and no one's going to care about the rest.
It's true. So, but are you good around family time? I assume it's really nice, right, to hang with the family. I'm sure there's. Are there any?
Oh no, yeah, that's a lot of fun to hang
yeah.
with my family. It's just from a food aspect, this isn't going to be a goodie.
Would you bring like your own food? I've seen people pull that move where they bring something they're sure they're going to like and bring it as a dish.
No, you know what I did? I did my classic thing that I always seem to do. I flex money at the situation and talk a bunch of nonsense that I go, why don't we just hire, you could hire someone to come do this, like be a chef for the day and do the thing. And they're like, oh, on Thanksgiving, it's going to be so expensive. And I'm like, what's expensive mean? I got it. And then I don't know if I could afford it or not because then I just never look into it again.
Wow.
That's a great move. Yeah, I like that idea. But what was the Neiman Marcus catalog used to have that was one of their big sellers was a fully catered, like Master Chef level turkey Thanksgiving dinner.
How much?
It was thousands and thousands. It was crazy. They always. I mean, that's the same catalog that sells Arabian horses.
Yeah.
So, it's. I guess.
Mean, listen, we did something similar for Christmas last year because I always have a Thanksgiving-ish dinner for Christmas, but I had eaten turkey dinner on Thanksgiving with Preston, so I didn't have to worry about that. But Christmas, we were on our own. And I ordered from Wilson's Secret Sauce, and they did the turkey breast, like all the fixings and all, and it really wasn't that expensive.
Yeah, I think Jay, you took a step in the right direction. We need to dissuade people from cooking themselves and leave it to the professionals.
I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah.
I would be so thrilled to find out they changed their mind and just called in Boston Market. I would be thrilled.
That would be a step up.
Probably. I got to tell you, too, with hiring people, you have to have a large house, like a large house to make that make sense. We had somebody one time, we paid someone to come to a big barbecue we had just to simply grill the hot dogs and burgers and kind of clean up. And it felt like having a slave. It was uncomfortable. I didn't like it. It's what it felt like. They were like asked, and they have like Mister should. You're like, oh no, whatever you want to do, and go party. Yeah, for a while. Give me a shift.
You feel like a turd. It's like when someone, these guys, and I will I gladly will give if someone one is asking for money, like at a door or whatever as you're going. But I hate when people open a door for me, like. And there's a guy who used to do it at Boston Market. That's what made me think of this right here up on City Line. And I'd say, you don't need to open the door for me. I'm no better than you. And I'd give him the money. But it's you feel like a tool when you're going into Boston Market and you're getting the regal, door opening treatment. I'm like, I just feel like an idiot, you know?
So what I'll do is I'll just buy them something inside Boston Market.
Or do that. Bring out food. Yes. Yeah. But
Here,
it's like, I don't need a door opener here, It's part of the deal. But you travel first class. Isn't that your deal? Doors open for a big Jay Oakerson when he shows up, right?
No, I have to pay for everything. In fact, it's still one of my greatest angers. It comes up a lot on my radio show. all the love I show the Philadelphia Eagles and the Philadelphia 76ers, and not one sort of hookup ever. Did I tell you guys when Matt Cord tried to get me hooked up with season tickets?
No.
For Sixers?
For the Sixers.
Okay.
So Matt Cord's the in-house announcer.
Yeah, he's a good friend. Yeah.
And so I was like, I told him, I was like, I'd love to just get these seats that I sit in all the time. I always buy them like individually when I go to games, but like right around this area, I'd love to get season tickets. I'll pay for them. I get it. I'm not M. Night Shyamalan, so I'll pay for it. And actually, I have two really funny things about the Sixers and Matt Cord that are really great since I saw you guys last. But I asked for the seat, and I called Matt, and I was like, Matt, is there any way, like, every time I go to look at season tickets, it tells me I have to join, like, a VIP club and then a kids club, and then I have to wait in a line for – I'm just like, can I just pay the money and do it? Like, get season – and he goes, let me put you through to, like, our executive, accounts – people, and you can tell when he told that person to call me, he said it with the familiarity of that guy definitely knew who I was.
Okay.
And that guy definitely had no idea who I was. He definitely did that guy. He goes, give Big Jay Oakerson a call. He's looking for some tickets. And then, so when I called the guy called me, he goes, Matt Cord told me to call you. I go, yeah, I'd like to get some season tickets in this section around here for like 10 games or 20, whatever. And he was like, he goes, yeah, well, first things first, you have to join the kids club. And he told me the exact same thing.
Well,
and then so I went to, maybe it was about a season ago. It was, I think, sometime last season. I went to a game down in Philly, and I was sitting with my girlfriend, and as usual, staring at M. Night Shyamalan, staring at that old man who wears the six-man jersey, staring at this lawyer who looks like Robert Klein, who has his, I'm almost guessing, at some point, underage girlfriend. And I gleam at them as they don't realize what a great thing they have down there. And in the midst of being frustrated about having no recognition or care from either of my favorite teams in Philly, in the middle of talking to my girlfriend at one point, the water ice guy was walking by. So as I'm waving up for a water ice from this guy, the guy behind me taps me and he goes, hey, man, look. And he points up to the big screen. And I'm on it. Oh, no. Of course, fatly asking for a water ice. But I go, it shows, and Matt Cord, who I didn't tell I was coming that night, goes, is that him right there? And I was like, I mean, for a split second touched that I was like, oh, wow. I go, they put me on this. This is nuts. And then it flashes to another guy and it goes, is it him? And then it goes to another two. And then it pans back on one guy and it goes, nope, here he is. It's our Schick, beard of the game.
Beard of the game. So you think you're getting called out.
I was a losing contestant. I was the losing contestant on beard of the game, but I figured Matt saw me on the screen, so he gave me a little extra like hang on it, said something. So, and then I was like, at very least that I'm like, well, it is pretty cool though that I know the announcer and he'll, you know, he kind of gave me a little extra nod there. Mm-hmm. And then after the game, I go up to him and Matt goes, oh, Jay, I didn't know you were here.
Oh my God.
It wasn't even. It wasn't even a slight nod.
Oh my God. You don't impress me as someone who like is always playing the angles to get some. So this is important to you, and the fact that. And I get it. You figure you know, you're pumping the team a little bit. You love them. You know, and you get nothing in return, and you don't even place in the beard contest. It's frustrating.
Did I talk to you guys after the thing with Craig Shoemaker? We were going to do that show at the Link.
Yeah, he didn't talk to us about it, but I was familiar there. He was putting for Big Daddy Graham. He was putting together a fundraiser, right?
It was. We never quite knew what it was—a fundraiser, a charity, us making money. We had no idea.
Right.
So it was a little sloppy on the organizational end. But what was funny was when it was presented to me, it was like, "Do you want to do a show for the Eagles?" I mean, I was bowled over because Dan Soder, my radio partner in the Bonfire, just like a year or so ago, got this gig. Performing, the words were performing for the 49ers, which is his favorite team.
Right.
And it was performing in the back rooms of, the boardrooms in the stadium for the players. And then hanging with the players and partying with them all night and going to coach's house. And I'm like, this is amazing. So he goes, do you want to do a show for the Eagles? I said, yes. Then I found that it was a show for an audience at the Link, something with the Eagles backing it. Then we had a big, 20-person Zoom call one day, and I said they were saying whatever crazy nonsense they were saying, and I was like, you know what? Whatever it is, I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. If it means I get to meet all the Eagles, that's huge for me. And then a lady goes, oh, we should invite some of the players. And I was like, oh, my Lord, what is happening here?
And is it at that point where she
I'm
told
like,
you
they weren't even gonna possibly come?
Dude,
I thought that was
how
the law.
the wool has been pulled over your eyes so many times. I remember asking or offering you tickets for the Eagles game. I had my season tickets.
It's the bad. I told this on the show before.
Oh, you
yeah.
did? And, well, you could go ahead and say it.
Mark Sanchez. Yeah, I gave the tickets you gave me
Yeah.
to my sister because Dustin Keller, who I just saw recently, actually, former tight end for the Jets, good friend of Mark Sanchez. I told him, I was like, hey, I go, your boy's the quarterback for my team now. Get me tickets, man. And he goes, he's like, I got you. And he goes, Mark says they'll be at will call. And then they gave me that there was a huge ticket, two huge tickets in the envelope and two little tickets. The huge ticket I thought it said general admission. So in my mind, my initial thought was, well, I'm on the field. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm standing sideline. I go, in my mind, I'm like, if I catch a throwaway ball, I'm keeping it.
Yeah,
I was already making these plans.
So excited.
A guy immediately takes my big ticket and goes, I go, what is this for, the ticket? And he goes, that's just to walk through this room to that escalator. Okay. So I go up an escalator, which isn't a good sign for standing on the field, but maybe you got to go up to go down.
Yeah.
I'm not an architect. So the more I go to people saying, where is this ticket here, general admission? I'm being sent to more and more elevators and ramps going up.
That's not good.
Until we were underneath, finding out this Mark Sanchez, the starting quarterback, for the team at the time, put us. You know where it's the Miller Lite sign in the corner, LITE. It's like those four big posts.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just have to stand there.
Yep, standing room only.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And if you don't get your body against the fence, you won't see the game.
No.
Right? So me and my girlfriend in the freezing cold found the place on the fence underneath the eye, I believe, and never moved. And my sister and her husband now, who I gave Casey's tickets to, they had to come over and like get us hot dogs and things. If we moved, we'd lose our spot. But the good news is we were right in the corner to watch as close up as possible Des Bryant catch 3 touchdowns over his shoulder to mathematically end the season. Yeah. And then a nice long walk back to the car. Mark said, starting quarterback. Yeah. Starting quarterback.
By the way, I believe, Jay, that is literally the windiest section of the entire football field. Is the flight deck?
It's freezing. It was unpleasant in every possible way.
Yeah.
Mark Sanchez is a failure to the city and me individually. You heard it here first.
Yeah. Well, listen. Well, hope springs eternal. I think maybe somebody today will hear it. I mean, we deal with them, and there's a good relationship, but things are tough. I see Casey trying to pull strings, and it's the way it goes. But maybe somebody today is hearing this and will take heed of what you're asking.
Yeah, maybe you're
not asking for a lot.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Meredith, who brings us in all the time for radio there, Meredith said one time, she goes, I think I got to hook up for you to ring the bell. I'm like, this is huge. She told me the game it was going to be. And I had already had tickets to the game, so I was like, this isn't even to get me hooked up, but this is going to be. I started to actually feel the honor of what it was going to be to do that in my heart when they called back and go, Papali wants to do it. And they said it like he does it every Tuesday. Papali's jumping in. Yeah, he's trying to impress a girl, so he's going to run out and do
it. We actually just did that during the Camp Out for Hunger. Went down, and Preston's a drummer, so he really sells the sizzle on it. It is pretty cool. I mean, so maybe at least that gets you that.
Watching you guys do it warmed my heart. It was so cool to see that.
Yeah.
Were you at that game?
No, but on NBA, also these teams, I pay $1 zillion to watch every game on New York television. But when you get it on NBA League Pass, they show you all on the Sixers feed. They show you all the pregame and stuff. Like so, they show the actual bell ring. It's awesome.
I do have season tickets for the Sixers too, but I'm up top, right? But I'm the first row in the second level, so I don't have anybody sitting in front. Yes, it's great. So like you don't ever have to stand up if you don't want to, right? You can see everything.
It's a nightmare, and honestly, so you're a big TV guy, Is there a case to be made for it's better at home watching it?
Yeah, it's going to have to be because I've been a mush lately. I went to that Game 7 and paid to sit 3 rows away from Ben Simmons just not dunking a ball. And then I went to the Eagles home opener this year to watch them boringly lose.
Did you go with Soder? Because that was the 49ers game.
No. He didn't come down. He won't do it anymore. He didn't. Last time he went to a Niners game in Philly, he didn't lie. I told him they're going to be nasty. But
that's true.
What was great was watching Soder slowly get the confidence to he kept unzipping his sweatshirt more to reveal his red shirt. And then he goes, no, dude. He goes, that guy. This is what he says at one point. He goes, that guy over there is rocking his jersey, so I'm gonna take my sweatshirt off. And I'm like, that is a 6'7" black guy with arms that fill out a jersey.
Right.
Yeah.
Different story.
His jersey sleeves are tight, man. That's not normal.
Yeah, there's a certain. Yeah, it's the way it is though. But I mean, still. Again, I can't believe with your long-term love of the city, with you're constantly spreading the message for the teams. And again, I'm going to throw it out there. If anyone's listening who can help Jay, anything.
Here's what's going to happen.
I realize the Sixers organization is probably has a bunch because they're all probably woke children. But I'll say those Eagles hillbillies, come on, man.
Let me ask you. Years ago, before you obviously the career kicked in fully, what was your tailgating game like? I mean, were you hardcore? I mean, were you how?
No, we'd go early, but it was. I was such a dork in
really.
I didn't drink or do anything like that until I was of age. Really, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was I never really partied like that. So we'd go. I'd like to go throw a football around, cook some, hot dogs on a little grill, but it was I never raged in the parking lot or anything.
Wow, that's a surprise.
Here's what's
never got the gumption to punch a stranger for liking a different team.
No. Here's what you got to do. You got to become more friendly with Brian Koppelman. Are you friends with him, or because I know he's a fan of stand-up comedy, and so Brian Koppelman is the creator writer of Billions, and so Soder. His character Maffei is really popular on that show. So that's what's got to happen. You got to get on the next Koppelman show.
I mean, I did an episode of Billions.
I did. I remember. I saw it. You were a drug dealer.
Drug dealer in Montreal. Couldn't even be a local drug dealer, so they could bring me back.
By the way,
you want to play a character in a city we go to one day ever in the entire 7 years of the show?
Hey, I got this note from Marissa. She said she has an extra ticket for the Washington Eagles game. You can come with her, and they do a pretty awesome tailgate.
Yeah,
so if you want to jot that down and see if that date is free, she'll take you.
Yeah, I might go when they play the Jets in 2 weeks. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I also make them lose. Yeah, then I went to go see the Sixers. I took my daughter last minute to see the Sixers-Knicks here in New York. Just. Again, sat not as close as I would have liked to, just enough place to stare right across the court and watch Fat Joe enjoy a nice New York Knicks victory.
Man, it's definitely a love-hate relationship with sports.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah, it really is. I feel they owe me. When I go to a game, I spend an inordinate amount of time just staring daggers through M. Night Shyamalan.
He's a great guy.
Completely undeserved, by the way. Oh, he's great. I tell you what, despite some of the things I've heard, I thought Old was really good. I enjoyed it. I wanted to hate it because I'm like, where does he make a movie like this in between sitting front row at every Sixers game? I think I heard the guy who has the old man, I heard he owns the dorms or something from University of Pennsylvania. It's something crazy because I just noticed this year he's not at every home game. He's at every game.
Yeah, he goes to the away games. Yeah, I actually met him outside of the new live casino, and the Sixers were playing in Atlanta that night, and he was still in Philadelphia.
Wow!
And I was like, wait, I thought you'd be in Atlanta. He's like, yeah, I'm on my way.
What do those courtside seats go for?
Thousands of dollars.
If you have to ask, you'll never get them.
All right.
Yeah. They're just ridiculously
Is
expensive.
it like Parliament? You have to.
But he, like that guy,
get
Jay,
in there for life.
He's become buddies with players. Like he'll do favors for them, like actually nice favors or whatever. And so he'll travel. He went to every game in Atlanta. For the playoffs last year. He travels year round, and so he's dedicated to it.
No, for sure. And I can't lay it down like that. Sorry, Sixers. I can't come to every game.
You have a job.
Yeah. I'm
About
like
20
Jay Kardashian. I can't just be arm candy. I got to be out there making moves, baby.
About 20,000, it looks like, for courtside season tickets.
20,000.
That's actually less than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
That's way less than I would think.
Yeah.
To be honest. Wow.
I mean, with all look at all the projects you have, Jay. I mean, would that be worth it to you? Is to only be able to go to just a handful of games for $20,000?
Yes, but I'll tell you what. I would give $20,000 to go to a handful of games on courtside. Here's my problem with that. I'm not joining the VIP club first.
And the kids club.
I'm not paying some $200 dumb dollars that's made up. It's a made up thing.
Yeah.
Jay, I wanted to ask something completely unrelated. We're looking at your Instagram account, and you've got, you're posting your gigs and so on. And there's a graphic that you use regularly. It's an artist rendition of you, and you're holding your hands up like this, making either a heart or a circle. I can't see exactly what it is.
It's the skank hands, the Legion of Skank
Hands. Okay, so that I didn't know that was your symbol. So the fingerless gloves, it's kind of like a trademark of yours. Where did that come from?
When I was on tour with the band Korn. The band that was doing the what do you call it? The support act?
Yeah. Opening act?
Was a band called 2 Cents, which is no longer a band. They've gone to other projects, but 2 Cents, they just became like good buddies with me on the road. They were just like, I was by myself, so this band like kind of took me in. They ended up being the band that plays at my hour special for Comedy Central.
Okay.
But they were talking about, I was just away from comics enough, because comics will trash you for anything new you want to try.
Right.
They'll make you feel it. So they were like, you should wear more flair on stage, like be more like rock and roll-y on stage. And the guy gave me just a knuckle glove to put on, and we were at the Palms in Vegas that night, and I went on stage, and as silly as it sounds, I did my set, it went well, but it was never acknowledged, and no one said anything about it. So it just felt like a cool, it just felt like a kind of a cool little thing to do. And then, of course, I've eaten crap for a lot. And now I just got hand tattoos at Skankfest, so I don't know how much.
Very nice.
Pretty funny. I got the Legion of Skanks mouth on my hand.
Okay.
And the bonfire flame on my other hand. What's funny about it was as the guy was finishing the outline of the Legion of Skanks mouth, which is essentially an X.
Yeah.
The guy goes, oh, you straight edge? And I was like, oh, that's right. Doesn't an X on your hand mean like straight edge people or something?
Does it really? Oh, I don't...
Really?
Yeah. So I'll be explaining that the rest of my life.
Well, so we had Todd Glass was in here, and so we were doing Tattoo Days for the longest time, and people come in here and get a free tattoo. And so we hooked him up, and he wanted to get like these flames going up his arm. He got it on the wrong arm.
Yes. He wanted it to be on his left arm, so when he was driving, he would have his arm resting up on the window, and people would be able to see it. He got it on his right arm. Like three-quarters of the way through it, they're almost done, and he's like, oh, my God, I meant to get this on my left arm.
Well, now it's for the passenger seat.
I've made mistakes like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? How many tattoos do you have?
I got Marilyn Manson lyrics written on my arm, and I didn't know he was a sexual abuser.
Lord.
Would it be better if you could have put a date when you had it tattooed on, so people you could say,
didn't know.
I did not know at this time.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Are there any?
He's religious now. Him and Kanye are religious now.
Oh yeah. What is that? Apparently, he and Kanye are hanging out now. And
what, a man can't turn around 180 degrees?
Right, in 10 seconds?
Oh, Preston, you're so great that you think a man can't turn his life around 180 degrees overnight just from some silly accusations?
How judgmental of me. Wow. Well, all right. Well, listen, brother, we got to wrap, but it's cool that you're going to be in for the stretch that you're in. So there's a gig.
I'm excited.
There's an 8 p.m. gig on Wednesday. This is all at Helium. Friday and Saturday. both 7:30 and 10, and then that Sunday show at 7. So ample opportunities for you to get out and see homegrown Big Jay Oakerson. And
Just the best.
Everybody loves you, so I'm sure these shows are going to sell out, man. We hope you have a good time with your family and all that, brother, while you're in town.
Oh, I will for sure, man. It's good. It's great to see you guys. I really miss you guys a ton, man. We got to get back in the studio together soon.
We'll do this in the flesh soon, man. It's great to have you on. Big Jay Oakerson. Take care, bud. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Love that guy. All right, listen, we got to take a break, so we're going to do that very thing. Come back in a moment, and Bizarre File stories are up when we return,
on
so
the
stay
beach and
put.
It's like that's Tel Aviv, but then you drive about 40 minutes and you go to Jerusalem, which is the holy city, which is amazing, which is the center of the universe. And I didn't even know this, but this is where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know that. I thought I'm Jesus Christ. I'm not thinking he's Jewish and in Jerusalem, and you know what I mean. I'm just like most people. Like, sir, did you know that?
The Rick and Morty shirt.
Come here. Did you know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem? You didn't? Where did you think Jesus was crucified? Come here.
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, go sit back down. Sorry about him.
Because it's the Bible.
It
It's
ruined
the Torah
show.
part too.
I pretty much went there for my mom. I mean, that's why I went. My mom passed away. I was really close with her, and I wanted to just kind of like bring her to Jerusalem, and I wanted to be with her in Jerusalem because both my parents are Jewish, and they never made it.
No kidding.
They never made it to Israel. There's a lot of people that are Jewish that don't.
Did you plant a tree in her name? Well, that's kind of an honor.
I didn't know that. I screwed that up. Sorry.
You can go back.
I'll definitely be back to Jerusalem.
Besides that, and besides all the other stuff that's going on, with you're busy. You have your podcast. You have all these other things that you're involved with.
Yeah.
And to the point of the documentary, is there in fact a documentary in the works, or is that just hearsay?
No, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's got to be presented at the right time. You know, it's kind of like my agents have to present it to Netflix and Showtime and HBO at the right time.
You're a pop culture all-in-one. I mean, you were at the center of a lot of what, like before a lot of the. I was reading an interview with you, and you talked about running into Will Ferrell at some event. And, and he sort of gave you a lot of credit. Tell me what he told you.
Yeah, it was a Funny or Die event. It was like the birthday of Funny or Die, which is his website, which I do a lot of stuff with them. And
Adam McKay, too.
Yeah, and I came up to him, and he came up to me. It was just like, and he started mimicking me, and he started kind of like saying that I started it, and, kind of, you know what I mean?
So he was a fan.
That's nice to
he
hear.
was a fan, yeah.
Who's blown your mind recently about, again, like a Will Ferrell, or somebody just out of the blue, or somebody that you thought you weren't even on their radar came up to you and was a fan?
Oh, man. I don't know, dude. It's too early for that stuff. I can't think. I like watching Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that happens in this, it's like it is a reality show.
Yeah.
Well,
we were talking the other day about there are so many reality shows that I just can't stand, and that people watch that they hate, but they still watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know why people do that. My first inclination is to go, let's put me in a bad spot. Let me just change the channel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah. You watch it in doses, and the whole Omarosa thing is hilarious. Like she was taping people. I'm going to tape this. I think I'm going to tape this conversation. It's hilarious.
Did you ever run into her? Because you've done your share of reality
but I knew
stuff.
Donald Trump from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, because he was always around the girls.
And he was at the mansion occasionally,
Always.
right? Yeah.
And also Hawaiian Tropic down at Spring Break.
Right.
with Ron Rice. Hilarious. Vince Neil. It was Vince Neil. It was Jim Kelly. It was OJ.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It was
the stories.
Fabio.
Oh, my God.
It was the best.
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this documentary.
It was the best.
We had Fabio in here. He was awesome.
He was cool.
He was awesome.
Cool, right?
He was,
Yeah.
Because Fabio understands Fabio. He gets it.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, OJ,
amazing,
and our current president,
and
you,
and Fabio,
and Fabio,
and Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
They didn't like me because I was getting all the babes. They're like, "Get that guy out of here, spatch, bro, spatch."
I remember watching those and seeing you, and you were hosting contests and all that stuff, and I'm like, this guy's just swimming in it, just swimming in it.
That's how it was.
I know.
Back then. That's how it was.
What's happening now?
Now I'm just chilling, bro. I'm watching CNN.
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's such a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
The glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. Just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
It does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
You know what? I want to let Marissa vent for a moment because she posted something on Instagram yesterday. I got a lot of response. I thought it was kind of interesting. And there is a movement right now to phase out some plastics that we use in the world to maybe cut back on things that don't biodegrade, and they're clogging up, they're getting out in the water, in the oceans, or they're filling up landfills and so on and so forth. I know they're actually in the UK, there's a big movement to get rid of the plastic tampon applicator.
Yes.
And
going back to wood.
No.
Ow.
Like George Washington's teeth. Martha Washington used wooden tampons. And they were not effective.
Well, they were balls, though. They were very
They were balls, a little absorbent. They left rings.
But the applicators, I saw Alice Eve, because I follow her on Instagram, had posted a video of trying to end that. So they would go with like a cardboard or paper or something.
My thing with these floating garbage farms that are in the oceans is that many times they kill sharks, Case.
Oh.
So there's
some good we might be overlooking.
Okay. That's what they're trying to eliminate, stuff like that. And I can get it. Your thing sort of actually, believe it or not, Marissa, hit home to me because I think I have a level of passion about what you're talking about.
All right. Since I was a little kid, I'm thinking like second grade, because I was in school in the 90s and there was a big push to not have the refrigerator open for too long, to turn off lights, to make sure that you turn off water, conserve water.
Run,
Yep, while you're brushing your teeth. I followed all those. It's stuck through my life. I walk whenever I can. I take public transportation.
You're like a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire now.
Exactly. I will do anything to save the earth. It's just second nature to me. I don't even think twice. I recycle, I reuse. But when I drink a vodka water, I want to be able to mash the crap out of the lemon and lime that come in my drink. And with these gosh darn paper straws, they get destroyed. And then I have this mushy straw in my drink, and it pisses me off.
So the gist of it is you do not like the paper straws because you do not believe they are resilient enough.
No, they suck.
Okay.
Whoever's making them, they have no integrity and they fall apart. And I just want a plastic straw. I'm sorry. I love the turtles.
Why not just use a
Well, hang on,
Yeah.
Steve. I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Can I come over there and borrow your reverb for a moment?
Yeah, please. Oh my God, it's a pleasure.
Hold on, turn it off just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, this sounds like a first world problem.
But we took a long journey to get to the point that Marissa doesn't like paper straws.
I just had a realization, Preston. This is probably something that I deal with 3 or 4 times a week. Is that more of a first world problem?
Yeah.
That I probably have a vodka water 3 or 4 times a week.
Well, your alcohol addiction might be the bigger issue here.
No, the
but-
raging alcoholism is a secondary issue. The waking up in alleyways and
listen. We
errant knife fights.
Have you ever seen people drink sodas or anything that comes in a bottle out of a straw? You put the straw in the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I think part of now, do women sometimes, Marissa, opt to not drink out of a bottle or right out of a glass because of lipstick and a straw instead?
Well, lipstick or staining your teeth, all of those things. Or my mother would never drink anything out of a bottle. That would, for me, when you see a bride,
Is it vulgar?
I don't know. There's just time and place for that, and I think.
She'd take the bottle, go over to the windowsill, There we go.
I love opening bottles that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a great scene in Overboard where Goldie Hawn comes back.
That's exactly what I thought
She's
of.
opening the beer that way.
I try. That hurts your hand.
Do you think guys would drink beer out of a bottle if the top of the bottle looked like a little? Wait, I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Okay, I was. You guys would drink it.
I got a question. Yes, Casey? Something you want to tell the class? You think guys would drink something out of beer but look like a vagina?
No.
He's saying
I was
the other
going male
thing.
part.
If it
Well,
looked like a penis.
Opposite, every bachelorette party ever would buy those bottles of beer.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
I'm sure there are things that are similar, you know. But they, you know, people get picky about the taste of the stuff in the can and the bottle if it affects the taste, you know.
Yeah.
And straws are just one more step.
Those are things you think about, huh?
Oh, it's just what, you know.
Dear diary, I wonder if men would drink out of bottles.
Yeah, stop it.
If it looked like penises.
Somebody in this room had mentioned chocolate tampons earlier, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I was trying to help the health industry. and there's an obvious cooperative between Hershey's and Tampax.
Well, Marissa has had it. I thought you would get more support on the phones, Marissa, to be
Not a
honest,
one.
on the paper straws, and it's not really happening.
You're a complainer.
I got a lot of hands up emojis on my Instagram, so I got.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know. People were
Give
like,
up.
praise. Yes,
Give up.
word.
put your hands up.
Give up your stupid
Give it
cause.
up. Yeah. Praise.
No, like word girl, we support you.
Word girl. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Listen,
It reminds me of Pat Boone's first day in Compton.
Word girl.
Word girl.
I just hate these goddamn paper straws. They're so.
That's it. Word girl.
That's it.
Word
girl.
Preach. Preach, girl.
Where is the Q in Q-tip derived from?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. It's technically a cotton swab.
Right. So a C-tip.
So I don't know where.
No one wants to put a C-tip in their ear.
I have no idea.
And by the way, Q-tip, you've done something to your product. You've cut some corners.
Are you talking directly to
Yes,
the
I
Q-tip
am
people?
talking to you, Q-tip. You've cut some corners, and I have noticed. But fortunately for you, you're still the best product on the market.
That's your fight song.
That's
right?
my fight song.
That's right.
1 second.
And I have noticed. Wait a minute. What is this? Is the swab part smaller?
No, the cardboard.
Medicated.
The cardboard is thinner. It's like they've shaved off a layer or two of the cardboard stick, and
Why do you go like this with the
I don't know.
cardboard stick?
I don't know.
The hell is that?
This part right here.
Okay, but
Yeah.
this
Holy
is-
crap, you have one.
Oh, I have.
Let me see.
Oh, Nick, you don't see it. He sits here while we're in the middle of breaks, and he cleans his ears.
You know what he's like, Preston?
Yes,
He's
you
like
do.
Hyman Roth sitting there.
I itch my ears or scratch my ears because they get itchy, and I'm.
Well, I don't care. Whatever. You're sticking that thing in your ear, and I turn over.
my ear. I got a little thing in my
Listen, man.
There's usually something in one of his orifices when I turn and look at him.
I got a bit of a boogie here in my
Yes,
nose and
exactly.
my ear.
Pick an orifice. It stands for quality tip.
We're
Steve.
bigger than U.S. Steel.
Oh, did you hear that?
What?
It stands for quality tip.
Oh, okay.
Q-tip.
All right.
And so you've noticed a diminishment in the quality
Yeah.
of the quality tip.
Yes, this should be less Q-tip, less quality.
How about
tip.
SP subpar?
Everyone's trying to be environmentally friendly, so
F
maybe
that.
that's a part of it, like the cardboard straws.
Oh, you know what? Here's a bit of trivia, and I did. I have heard this before. The original name of Q-tips were baby gays.
Now you're talking.
I know it.
Can you get those delivered?
Stop it. I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet, but he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had 3 before. He needs this 4th $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a
Okay, so before we get to the bizarre file.
Yes.
You're there.
I have to get something off my chest.
Oh, no.
All right.
It's a little bit of a confession.
Oh, boy. Okay.
See, I wrote down the word confession here.
Yeah,
Casey.
yeah. Okay.
I feel bad about this.
What'd you do?
I did do something.
What did you put in Bill's coffee?
I didn't put anything in Bill's coffee. The last day of the Camp Out for Hunger, I took something.
Oh, no.
And
did you take
Is
the
it
RV?
someone's?
No. Well, here's the deal. Mary Mead Farms brought by 6 double pints of ice cream.
Oh, for all of us to take one?
And I took all of them. And I ate the last one last night.
Oh, my God, you dick.
Do you feel guilty as you were eating the last one?
It's like when Homer was eating Pinchy, his lobster. He's crying as he's
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I mean, I have to say that I am the person that has been saying that they have the greatest ice cream. You were choosing a different farm.
Not just you.
And now you eat all of the ice cream.
Listen, everybody was leaving. It was going to go to waste. We only had one thermal container to keep. It would have melted by the time you got home.
And you couldn't refreeze it.
I took them. Well, actually, refreezing ice cream sucks.
Does it?
Yeah, it's not good.
it gets
the consistency changes. It's really weird. There's a separation. So you're welcome.
Yeah.
I did you a favor.
You actually saved those unwanted calories. Was that the booze-infused ice cream?
Yes.
Okay.
There was one called
Bourbon something.
No. It was Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And that they made for us exclusively.
Oh.
And yeah.
And so you exclusively ate it.
I had no idea.
I didn't know that.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
It was called Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Wait, was there other flavors or just one?
There was
one called Romano Express.
Yeah. Oh, so you got to try all the flavors?
I like that name, Romano Express.
Yeah.
Has espresso in it.
Yes.
Has coffee beans.
Oh, there we go.
Well,
I just
maybe
came up
they
with
can
that.
make me an ice cream and you can take all the credit and eat it too.
I can do that too. I'm good for
Since
it.
you started a tradition.
No, they had what turned out to be my favorite flavor of the lot was the chocolate peanut butter. It was really good. And I'm normally not a peanut butter and ice cream guy. Oh, it was great. Let me tell you.
Sounds really good. Yeah.
Let me tell you. But I feel.
Did everyone think you were going upstairs to pleasure yourself, but what you were doing was actually eating ice cream in your room?
Our freezer is so full, I had to throw some things out just to make room for it.
Oh my! Wait, hold on. If you go back to my fall activities list, I just want you to go back and look under Mary Mead Farm. When I was speaking to them on the phone, he had to turn the machine that was making the peanut butter chocolate ice cream off so that I could have the conversation with him.
There you go.
Oh wow.
There you go. Okay. So it really has. And for Kathy, it's a special thing that now she'll never know.
That I'll never.
Does
be
it
able to
not
take.
mean anything to you guys that this is eating at me so badly that I needed to confess this and tell you?
After you ate all of the pints.
I'll tell
wasn't
you
gonna bring
one
any
thing, though.
back here.
Here's how for example,
any.
Tyson gave a whole bag of frozen, their new meatless nuggets. And Marissa's not here, but I said to Marissa, take some of these. And she said, no, you have them.
Okay.
She says, I don't know what's happening with Preston, but I think he's stealing all the ice cream.
Well, I was going to say, Preston, in reality, all of us here have probably taken all of something and not shared at some point.
You think so?
In all of the years we've
I hope
been
so.
here.
Yeah,
I'm
right?
Sure.
I'll tell
I'm
you what,
sure.
I've grabbed an extra pie here and there when things
Right,
go.
yeah,
But I try to wait until I
took all
I'm
of
sure
them.
no one's looking.
You didn't
I
share
took
with
all of it.
anyone.
And I did it knowingly. Like I'm leaving, I'm going, man, if
God.
anybody sees this, I'm totally busted.
Well, all right, two things. At the end of Camp Out, it is kind of a free-for-all. Like, we're just
There's
scattering.
stuff sitting around.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the fact that they gave us 6 individually wrapped pints for each of us is a little bit of a violation.
They were
there.
like 2 pints. I mean, they're like
All right.
bigger than
Really?
a pint.
Big
Yeah,
pints,
yeah, they were large.
Okay, because they do have an
And
incredible.
they
like a tub.
specifically
Yeah.
gave 6 because there are 6 members on the show who would have liked to enjoyed.
You can have
and
mine. I
Preston
don't
as
care.
well.
Please tell us what each member of the show thought of their specific
Yeah.
flavor tailored to their taste.
Well, I'm emailing Kellyanne right now because she's the one who brought it down on whatever night it was and gave us the thermal pack to put
I
in the
hope
freezer.
we don't seem rude for not responding because we never got to taste it, right?
Nick, ask her to bring 5 by.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
And Christmas trees
No,
for everyone,
I-
too.
Yeah,
You do get points for admitting it, though. You could have walked, you could have skated, and it wouldn't have been any issue.
I could have been on my deathbed.
Yeah.
And waited till then.
Come closer.
To share that information. But Casey would have offered it up to everybody else first.
Yeah,
That's the way he
Casey's
rolls.
I don't know.
Not when it comes to ice cream
No, I mean,
or
well,
cookies.
There's no way you would have left without offering it up to someone else.
Well,
At least
Terry
one other
Egan, she brought by a whole bunch of baked goods, and I didn't offer any of you guys the Hello Dollies.
Yeah,
but
you gave to me.
You
You
had
gave me some
cookies.
Terry Egan cookies.
You had the cookies, but in my defense, the Hello Dollies have coconut in them, and so you don't.
knew we
guys
were
don't.
out.
You two.
Cross some names off the
Kathy
list.
and Nick.
That's not for me. Casey, I have a lottery question for you because you have this innate desire to share if you were to win the lottery.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And I admire that about you. What's the dollar figure that you have to win in order to share everyone? Like, do you have to win $1 million?
Oh no, it's got to be multiples of millions.
Okay. So if you won $10 million,
if I won $10 million,
$10 million.
$10 million,
Right.
$10 million.
Yes.
$10 million.
I mean, I would have to think about that for a little bit, but I think what I would probably at the very least do is like pay off everybody's houses, or
all right.
make sure that your
Buy
your
them
kids,
ice cream.
kids had college tuition or something.
I would
like
get a
that.
pint of ice cream.
Yeah.
That's it, just me. Choke on this. Marissa?
Back to camp out. Just curious who took all the Tito's?
What?
I didn't even know we had Tito, so it was not me.
No, me neither.
The folks from Tito's dropped off some bottles, and I looked at it and I was like, I could take one of these
Yeah.
bottles. And
How
I was
many?
just,
Oh,
I was
vodka.
Kind of, yes, I was
Yeah.
kind of waiting for you guys to be like, Marissa, you left
Well,
Tito's.
you know,
You take
I'm not
this."
going to.
I thought when we had the guy from Tito's there, I said something about it and thought for sure that he had brought some specifically for you. And then there was champagne. I
Yeah.
didn't even get any of
But-
that.
well,
That
Who
came
had champagne?
that was brought by, was that Xfinity that brought that by? Or
Acme as kind of a congratulations
Right.
on the Hall of
It
Fame.
was in celebration of the Hall of Fame. Acme did. You're right.
Disappeared.
But
You
listen,
know what? To be honest, I didn't go in the RV all that much.
Yeah.
Right.
So, a lot of times we'll like hang out in there and stuff will start to build and then you'll see what there is and you'll have your eye on it to take it when you leave. I didn't see it.
to be honest, also because there's so many people who are working and breaking down the stuff, you'll leave it there so that we are more than taken care of. People are so kind to drop off things that they've specifically made for us, and it's wonderful. But for the, a lot of times you want to make sure that the people who are working around the thing, we're good. Let them have it, and it worked out well.
Somebody texted in, and I'm pretty sure Preston lives the closest to Merry Mead Farms to get more. And they're right. It's not far from my house at all. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even
There
think
you
of
go.
that.
It's damn good ice cream, though.
It is?
I can
Yep.
see when you started. It's just funny that you waited until you finished it to let us know.
Let us know.
I didn't think of it until, well, no, not that. But I mean,
Well, that last
while I was up,
spoonful.
I'm like, man, I really need to say
Maybe
something.
I shouldn't have done this.
There's no way that that ice cream would have lasted that long in my household. So I think we should all celebrate Preston for having a little bit of restraint and not eating at all in like a week's time. Preston.
Okay, thank you.
It's like
Preston
O.J.
Elliott,
Simpson
ladies and
going, maybe I should have thought this over.
All right, just thought I would break that news to you. All right, we need to do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by KGL Skin. They're testing a topical treatment for facial acne on teens and young adults with moderate to severe acne. If qualified, you may be paid up to $350. KGLSkinStudyCenter.com. All right, this seems like a crime of passion that missed the mark a little bit. Nedra Brantley lives in Washington, D.C., woke up last week to find that someone had graffitied on her car, Mike is a cheater.
Oh, man.
So she's got a red SUV, and they use black spray paint to write, Mike is a cheater. She tells local news sources she's never dated anyone, Mike. She doesn't even know anyone named Mike. And she says the hood and sides of her car were spray painted as well as the license plates. And the offender had also broken the front and back windshields as well as broken the side mirrors
So
off.
it went nuts on the vehicle. And she's like, wrong car.
It's right out of that Carrie Underwood song.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking out of Big Lebowski when John Goodman starts smashing the Corvette.
Brantley's insurance company and police are working with her to make things right again. It's also out of Road Trip, where he tells the girl,
"Oh my God,"
or she tells the girl that her boyfriend's cheating with her, and she destroys his car. So they're trying to track down the person who did it, but no word as of yet.
It's going to be a tough one.
Finding them goes, yeah. All right, this seems like a kid's dream come true. Engineer Michael Pick took inspiration from his childhood to break a Guinness World Record. He built the world's largest Nerf gun.
Oh, I love this.
He earned the record by building a version of the Nerf and Strike Elite Longshot CS6 that measures 12 feet 6 inches long, and it is 300% larger than the original toy.
I love those. I'm actually thinking of getting into Nerf guns now. They're so cool.
Pick's final creation launches darts made from PVC pipe, foam, and 3D printed caps at speeds of up to 50 miles an hour.
Wow.
And they can travel at maximum distance about 250 feet.
God.
It's gigantic.
That transcends the Nerf level and becomes that's a real weapon.
Steve, you'll want to see.
I'm watching
here
the
it is.
video, yeah.
You'll see the picture of it. It's outrageous. So,
Oh, my God.
Yep, he managed to pull it off.
So have you seen the commercial, the Nerf commercial for the holidays, Preston, where they're promoting Nerf fights, after the family has their turkey dinner?
That's fun.
Yeah.
You can work off a little bit of that.
Yeah,
those
yeah.
calories.
Oh, I love this thing.
All
It's
right,
great.
here's a not-so-fun gun story. A 2-year-old accidentally shot his father in the back and killed him Saturday night in St. Louis.
Oh, my God.
The man was found unconscious and not breathing. Police later confirmed it as a homicide. Authorities say that the 2-year-old was handling a rifle when it went off. Police also said there was a woman in the home when the shooting happened. It's unclear whether she will face any charges or not, but that is tragic.
And how and why was a 2-year-old with
all
a
that.
rifle?
Exactly. This story's out of Michigan. A Tim Hortons employee threw a coffee at a woman during an argument over Timbits in the drive-thru last month.
Are Timbits like munchkins?
Donut holes, yeah. So here's the deal. You usually hear about a passenger throwing something at a worker. This is the worker throwing something at the customer. So a criminal investigation is now underway, as is legal action against the restaurant. Police body cam footage shows an officer interviewing both the victim, Dusty Jackson, and a witness who works at the store. The victim, a 41-year-old woman, told police that she got into the drive-thru window. She asked to add Timbits to her order. She said the 16-year-old worker told her no. She said she told the worker that it's kind of effed up that the donut holes couldn't be added. The worker told the woman that it wasn't her fault and the food couldn't be added to the order. Well, the woman told police, she told the employee, I understand that, but you also understand this is stupid. You haven't given me my change back. You haven't given me my coffee back. You can't just throw Timbits in there. The worker then slammed the window shut.
Where are my Timbits?
She told police that she turned to her husband in the passenger seat and said, what a bitch.
Wow.
And that's when the worker grabbed a coffee, opened the window, and chucked it at her.
Here,
Sounds
you
like
Timbits.
These are both pretty pleasant
Yeah,
people
yeah, yeah.
here. She said the coffee was warm, not hot, and that she was not injured in the assault. She declined medical treatment.
I like there's a picture of the woman sitting in the car with coffee stain on the side.
Yeah, there is this is not the first time that a Tim Hortons employee has thrown coffee at a customer. Another incident happened back in 2015. Whether or not that was over Timbits or not, I do not know.
That means they're happening now every 6 years.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
There's a correlation to the numbers here.
Something's happening and it's not pretty.
It's like Pennywise. Comes back every 6 years.
Another one? It was just 6 years ago.
A cat may be the reason 3 Syracuse residents escaped an apartment fire. Officials told Syracuse.com the fire was reported Saturday morning on the first floor of the building in the city's Westcott neighborhood. And according to Fire Chief Barry Lasky, the residents were asleep when the fire broke out, but a cat inside the home woke them up, and they were able to evacuate. This happens.
Jesus, it's a fire.
This happens from time to time.
Our cat saved our lives years ago. The original Hubert, the pilot light went out in the stove. The house was, the gas was leaking.
Really?
The cat came and scratched the master bedroom door, woke my parents up, and got us out of the house.
That's wild. All right, well, this happened kind of the same way. Fire crews arrived, and they were able to knock down the fire in about 20 minutes or so. One more, or is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, let's go with, I'm wasting time here, aren't I?
No.
How about this?
I like it.
A 74-year-old Jerusalem woman accidentally incinerated $10,000 to crisps in a bid to disinfect her money from COVID-19.
So she was like cooking her money?
Yeah, the woman who has not been named said that she collected the banknotes and while wearing gloves, put them in a bowl with bleach and then microwaved them. As a result, they were set afire.
You can get rid of the germs and virus if you rub them with Timbits.
The woman notified the Bank of Israel about the incident and apologized, saying that she intended to replace the money, but noted that her financial situation made this difficult. The Bank of Israel, after investigating, decided to fully reimburse the sum.
Now, don't go burning your money again.
Yeah, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file. We're going to break. Don't forget it's a Tattoos Day, and you're running out of time. You're interested in winning a Preston and Steve themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Text the word tattoo to 39333. We'll get a winner in just a little bit. Stay with us.
I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you.
Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No.
Oh, Marion, sorry.
That's the one you just said?
Marion.
No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So Kathy, Taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? You got geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I will
ball.
say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat backwards.
And it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been
Yeah,
we should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink.
We're going to give away for the lesson question. Let's see. The thriller, the unnerving horror thriller, A House on the Bayou on digital is what is up for grabs now. So the question that I think we will ask this morning is, what album title was inspired by the glove box in one of Casey's old cars? 215-263-WMMR. Or it should be an album title for Casey. It was in the glove box of one of his old cars. What would that be? 215-263-WMMR. Do you know the answer? Well, you should call now because we're going to do the trash while you are calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And it is brought to you by Horizon Services. Their Black Friday Total Heating event is on. You can book a heater tune-up for $59 and get 50% off a spring AC tune-up for $29. Visit horizonservices.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Britney Spears' mother, Lynn Spears, is hopeful that her daughter can put the conservatorship issue behind them and celebrate Thanksgiving with the family. Lynn says you'd be surprised how a homemade pecan pie can make someone forget they were in prison for 13 years. 80s teen star Tiffany having vocal issues while performing Sunday night in Melbourne, Florida, causing her to scream F you at the audience. Luckily, the audience didn't hear the rant because he was in the bathroom.
Oh, my
And finally,
God.
Carol Baskin is reacting to claims made in Tiger King 2 that she knows where her husband Don Lewis is buried. Baskin calls the claims ridiculous, saying, "Who in their right mind buries tiger crap?" That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll find out if someone has indeed been paying attention this morning. What album title was inspired by the glove box and one of Casey's old cars? And to Steven we go. Hi, Steven. Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Yo, bud. All right, so what's the album title inspired by the glove box and one of Casey's old cars?
Is it glove box of dildos?
Yeah, glove box of glove box full of dildos. Hang on just a second. And Steven, we are going to give you a copy of the unnerving horror thriller, A House on the Bayou on digital. Family Vacation takes a sinister turn when neighbors show up for dinner uninvited, testing the family's fragile bond and forcing dark secrets to come to light. You can buy it or rent it on digital and on demand now. It's unrated, and it is from Paramount Pictures.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I got bronchitis.
All right, brought to you by KGL Skin. Yes, they are testing a topical treatment for facial acne on teens and young adults with moderate to severe acne. If qualified, you may be paid up to $350. KGLSkinStudyCenter.com. We will start with this. Okay, this is a weird story, and it continues. Spencer Eldon, the baby that was featured on Nirvana's Nevermind album.
Oh, is this still going on?
Filed an amended complaint yesterday claiming that he was photographed dressed as Hugh Hefner. According to Rolling Stone, the court documents claim the photographer, Kirk Weddle, intended to trigger, quote, a visceral sexual response from the viewer by activating Spencer's gag reflex before throwing him underwater in poses highlighting and emphasizing Spencer's exposed genitals. So what he means by that, I've seen them do this with babies before. You blow into their nose or mouth, and it causes them to hold their breath, and you can then put them underwater. So I'm sure that's what they did. He goes on to say, Weddle soon after produced photographs of Spencer dressed up and depicted as Hugh Hefner. Okay, don't know about those. The complaint, now this is really messed up. The complaint also cites disturbing journal entries from Kurt Cobain. The documents note undated journals written by Cobain's sketch, the album cover in a, undated journals written by Cobain sketch the album cover in a sexual manner with semen all over it, it says. In several instances, the journals describe Cobain's twisted vision for the Nevermind album cover along with his emotional struggles. He said, I like to make incisions into the belly of infants and then F the incision until the child dies. So that's, I would imagine that was Kurt writing really twisted, bizarre.
My grandmother used to say the same thing.
Oh, she did? Really?
Yeah,
okay.
It was her version of The Night Before Christmas.
So
That's more than twisted and bizarre.
Oh, yeah, that's disgustingly
Yeah.
dark and horrible.
Well, you're not going to see it on a Hallmark card.
Right. But Kurt's dead. I don't think it had anything to do with this kid, but they've just found more stuff to throw on the pile.
Well, they're going to try to listen. I don't know what incited this. My guess is, I don't know. I don't want to cast aspersions on the deal, but it seems like it could be a late stage money grab.
Yeah, either that or maybe just, I don't know. People have given him crap over the years for being the naked baby on Nirvana's Nevermind, and it really bothered him, and now he wants to do something about it.
He's a full-grown adult, though.
Yeah.
Had you not... I don't know. I don't know.
All right, anyhow, we'll let you know if anything else comes up with that. Brent Smith shared his appreciation for Adele's recent victory, convincing Spotify to stop playing albums on automatic shuffle. The Shinedown singer wrote on Instagram, the fact that Adele was able to get Spotify to remove the shuffle button on album pages is massive. Simply put, albums do tell a story, whether they are conceptual or not. They are a snapshot, a window in time into the hearts and minds of the artist.
Think of the massive push that Adele... I mean, I thought, okay, she was at a certain level, and I knew she was revered, and that first album was, just huge. But she got a 1 hour commercial from Oprah, interview. She's got all over the news. Every time, we're checking Prep every day, there's loads of Adele stories.
Yeah.
Who's ever handling her promotions and marketing is a genius.
Hey, I don't know if it was a mashup or if it was a collaboration, but anybody hear the collab between her and Chris Stapleton? I don't know if it was a mashup or not.
No, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, because...
Is it good?
I haven't heard it. There was a... There's a post I saw on social media yesterday that says you need to go listen to this right now, but they didn't offer up a link to listen to it.
Okay, it's Easy on Me. Connor called it up with Chris Stapleton.
Yeah, I haven't
By the
heard
way,
it.
Adele looks completely nothing like... obviously she had the weight loss. She looks like a glamour model now.
Yeah. Very, very beautiful. Pearl Jam's Jeff Ament will be the special guest on the November 23rd episode of Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel.
That's a great show.
It's a fantastic show, yeah. Mary Carrillo traveled to Montana to get a firsthand look at the spectacular skate parks that Jeff has built and the story behind them as well. Real Sports Bryant Gumbel is available on HBO and HBO Max, so starting the 23rd, you will be able to
So
see
he
that.
funded the skate parks? Or
Yeah, he's really into that. Nick would know more about it than I do.
He's done quite a few, Steve, and so he finds communities that need them and builds them, especially sort of in impoverished areas. He's done it on Native American reservations, and so, this is a cause that's near and dear to his heart. He's also a really good skater, so it's something that he loves to do on his own.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
One last story. The Edge revealed, Rolling Stone, that U2 has begun the long process of creating new music. The guitarist said, we are firmly locked in the Tower of Song and working
the
away...
Ramada by the airport.
Working away on a bunch of new things, and I'm having so much fun writing and not necessarily having to think about where it's going to go. It's more about enjoying the experience of writing and just having no expectations or limitations on the process. He said, you need those moments of inactivity just to listen to music, and we're all enjoying that right now. Out right now, by the way, is a special standard and deluxe vinyl 30th anniversary release of U2's Achtung Baby, which will be coming out on December 3rd, and it's a 50-track digital box set as well. Earlier this month, U2 released its first new song since 2019, Your Song Saved My Life, which will be featured in the animated musical feature Sing 2, which opens on December 22nd. Bono voiced the film's character Clay Calloway, who is described as a reclusive lion rock star.
Clay wasn't in the first one, was
No.
he? Was Matthew McConaughey was in the first one, though, right?
Yeah, he kind of plays not kind of he plays the guy who owns the theater.
Okay.
Yep, that's who Matthew McConaughey's character is. The Edge shed light on the band contributing to the film soundtrack, said that's not a thing that U2 normally does, but it's in the spirit of mixing it up, keeping people guessing, and trying different things. And it felt like a worthy thing, and also it's a movie about great songs, and we felt very comfortable in the company.
There's a lot of talking animals
That we were keeping there. When pressed about the rumors that U2 might be considering revamping the band's legendary 1992-93 Zoo TV tour for the modern day, The Edge said, I would love that, and I couldn't rule it out. I think Zoo TV is such a current thought. Back then, we were dealing with the overload and kind of the whiplash of 24/7 news cycles, which hadn't been known before, and it was the overload of cable TV and hundreds of channels. And little did we know that was just the beginning of this avalanche of channels to kind of draw your attention.
That would be wild because I'm sure you saw that concert tour where he walks out and there is basically this remote box hanging from wherever, and he could control that huge screen behind him, jumping from channel to channel.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, that was nothing what he had basically back then.
I went on to say, I think Zoo TV could absolutely come back and be just as relevant, but we haven't actually got to the point of doing anything more than this kind of talk. But I wouldn't rule it out again.
I think it'd be a great promotion for that person if they do decide to do that is automatically upload it to everyone's phone.
Oh, yeah.
People love that. He said the production team from that tour are still with us, and that's what's fun about it. So you never know. And that is it. That's music news. We have one final break to take. When we return, we'll get you one letter closer to our Word of the Week prize, which we give away tomorrow, so don't you dare miss it. We'll have that next.
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much? For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
You ready for this?
It better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh, my God. Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round.
It's a rectangular shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right. Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshaminy starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or you're just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
You're up by
Casey's
90.
at 880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey, so no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yes. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Yeah! Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. Right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was the, you know what? And somebody sent me, not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80,
It's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God, last question?
Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh,
No, I'm
wow.
just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Ken.
I know.
Sorry, you want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Ramar.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow, okay, see, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey?
Yeah.
What's the Delco Dance Club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to the history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man.
I didn't...
You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but...
You even know how to wager.
History. What Bucksco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be, because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why
After
it's
we
not
get
over?
the answer.
Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then
and then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go, and then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first. I believe is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, and that is in before we wrap for the day. One of those things is give away a free tattoo because today is Tattoo Tuesday and we got ourselves a winner. We have people texting all morning long. And the recipient of the Preston and Steve show themed tattoo is Mr. Chris Heinzinger. Or it might be Miss Chris Heinzinger, I'm not sure. From Philadelphia. And we are going to set Chris up with a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Tattoo Tuesday on the Preston and Steve Show is presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, and they're located at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia for artwork samples. Visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Thank you to Mr. Big Jay Oakerson,
awesome,
who's on today's program, and he is in town. I'll be at Helium Comedy Club tomorrow night for one show, and then two shows on Friday and Saturday, and then one show on Sunday, and he's excited to be in town, and he is just hilarious when you go to see his show. I mean, I'm hurting from laughing so hard when he is doing his thing. So it was nice to have him on today. Pierre Robert is here. Nice to have you on today.
Thank you. Nice to be on.
Excellent. And we're getting ready to. Tomorrow's kind of a Friday.
Yes.
So we need to get our second letter for only our 3-letter word. You ready for that?
Wait. It's only a 3-letter word?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
A, as in attitude.
I like that. Positive attitude, please. We're going to give away a PlayStation Classic video game console, Resident Evil Director's Cut for Sony PlayStation, complete with registration card, and a $400 Visa gift card. And returning to the origins of the massively popular Resident Evil franchise, fan and filmmaker Johannes Roberts brings the games to life for a whole new generation of fans. You can check it out. It's Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City, in theaters tomorrow, by the way.
That movie is actually supposed to be very loyal to the original feel of the first couple of games, Preston.
Okay.
So I was watching some of the trailer action and some of the additional clips, and they seem to really want to replicate those original, like the dogs and all that stuff. So it looks pretty interesting.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. Cool. Pierre's getting ready to settle in and take care of you today. What's happening?
Saperman.
Saperman?
Instead of Superman.
Remember last week's letter was...
Oh, that's right, Saper.
Saper.
That is
correct.
correct.
It was SAP, and Casey had been aiming towards Sappy, but I didn't cross currents with him, and then I went with an E, and then Sapy, Sape, and then Saper.
Right.
So it became Saperman.
Okay. And you are forever known as Saperman.
Forever.
I'd forgotten. Sorry.
I am Saperman.
I'm sorry, Saperman.
Whenever a downtrodden mask screams out for help, Saperman is there.
Saperman sapes it up. What?
Sapes it up.
Sapes it up.
Mm-hmm.
Better than yesterday's.
What was yesterday's?
Door knocker.
No, knob licker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Saper is more innocent than one who furiously licks knobs.
I was
Yeah.
laughing about that all day yesterday. That was great. Knob licker.
We had a chuckle. Okay, on the program, we'll have Workforce Blocks of Bon Jovi and the Black Keys and the Killers. We've got another pair of tickets for Genesis, the last Domino tour on Thursday, December 2nd. That's coming up soon now, and that will be cool. And it's Double Shot Tuesday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Hey, speaking of Bon Jovi, our buddy Brian from Chorus Photography just put up a series of photos of you, Pierre, including one of my favorites, which is you chatting with John 2 or 3 years ago. And you guys, I guess, were at the Wells Fargo Center, did a nice interview before that show. But I love the photo because Pancake is just hanging out in the background. And Pancake's out of focus in the photo, and you have to look closely to be able to see him. But it's you and John in the foreground, and then Pancake just doing his job, sitting in the back, hanging out, you know?
No, we put that on the Christmas card that year.
Yeah.
Because it features me and Cake and John. And that was our 50th anniversary show. It was quite a day. Brian has taken some amazing photographs through the years.
Let me ask you, and he's an amazing photographer. What do you most often refer to Pancake as? I've heard you say Mr. Cake, and what gets the most usage?
I think lately I've been just going with Cake.
Okay.
It's sort of
yeah, I've been hearing that. I just wondered if that was
sort of a abbreviation, sort of a term of affection, like instead of saying,
Knoblicker.
Knoblicker, you say knob.
Yeah.
Yo, knobby.
So we have a cat, Cupcake, and we call her Cake.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's
it's kind of that kind of a
right.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, so if you want to see more of these photos and you take a gander over at WMMR's Instagram page, because there's a lot of photos and as well as audio clips of you from years past.
It's amazing.
Oh, cool.
We're enjoying the tribute.
Well, thank you. I ought to come in on. That's my favorite photo right there that almost has ever been taken of me. The one right before that.
You're kind of standing in an open arena.
That again was at the 50th anniversary show. Anyway, so someday you guys ought to have me in for as a guest or something.
All right, I'm going to get to that. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme. You can download the Acme app to see your all new deals, rewards. I had a line set and everything. I'm not even going to use it now. And perks today, you can visit acmemarkets.com for details. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Tomorrow, a Fox Good Day. We'll do that. We have a secret text word, and Pierre Robert will be on our program.
What?
Tomorrow.
Yay!
Yes, that's true.
What?
That's true.
What was the line you were going to use?
I don't even remember. I filed it away. That's it.
I
We are
effed it
done.
up again, didn't I?
Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.